2 hours left of the daily candle. OG first. Buddy Langford. Hey bro, where does my dry powder need to go? I'm driving, so I can't read the charts. Classic. What's up, Blake? Yeah, dude. Bitcoin. Let's have a look at the high time frame shit. And let's look at it naked with no lines. Just straight up candles. That is a very long wick on the buy side. So buying side, bro. Most of this week has been buying after a dip, so that's cool. 2 days left though. Got the weekend where Bitcoin goes comatose. Like a Thanksgiving coma. Still on a parabola. That arc goes something like that. We haven't come into it yet, haven't broken it. Still very deviated away from it. It's actually gone up way more parabolic, if you want to say it like that. What are the oscillators saying on the daily? There's a MACD crossover on the daily on the top side. Stochastic RSI has been reset on the daily. It's actually crossed up and it's making its way back up into the range, into the stochastic range there.
It's beautiful, Ricky.
Isn't it? Isn't it beautiful? So we can see like a nice swing in momentum as the stochastic climbs again, which could push us through 100,000. That could be what we're looking for. I'm gonna jump up to the weekly. What are the weekly oscillators saying? Ooh, stochastic is hot. But if you look at previous bull markets, the stochastic got hot in 2020, the election year, like the campaigning year, and look what happened. It plateaued for all of that time. See if you follow my cursor down here on the stochastic. There's a huge flat top, and that picked out a lot of this movement here. Yes, we pulled back, and the stochastic, you know, dipped hard during that time, but there was still all of the rest of this leg, like it went up twice the distance, all during a stochastic weakness. So that was divergent, I guess you could say. There was a whole bunch of divergence on that climb. So if that was to repeat, that means our weekly stochastic RSI for Bitcoin could do something like this, where it plateaus and even comes down and makes a lower high stochastically, and then crashes out. However, we could still get that result on the price, like a climb, which is strange, but that's how the last bull market kind of went down like that. So these things are possible. Look at the MACD on the weekly, by the way. Look how much momentum that has going to the upside. It's crazy. The RSI is still, you know, it's not overcooked, I don't think. It's 76, so it's above the 70, but there's still a lot of room to climb. I mean, look at previous RSI highs. You know, they get much taller And that was only the first peak of 2020, right? 40,000 when we hit 42k for the very first time was the the RSI peak on the weekly. That was the highest point that RSI got in the whole bull run, and that was only 42,000. And we know that the all-time high was 69,000. So this is what I mean by, like, you know, just because the RSI is hot does not mean that it's the top by any means. You can still go through a whole bunch of divergence, which could take months to play out. So hang in there, y'all, is what I reckon. But like I've said many times before already, is like, taking profits is not a bad thing. Paying yourself on the way up, but just make sure, this is not advice, not financial advice, but having something in the game, having skin in the game for what could potentially be a further 6 to 7, 8 months worth of more bull market is worth it, is worth hanging in there with something. Like, keep something. It's totally up to the individual to pick how much they want to bring into next year as far as positions go, and to how much they want to collect. Like, if they got in low and they're in massive profit now, it makes sense to take profit, like at least some of it. So yeah, it's a good average approach, dollar cost averaging out of the market, I guess. Was that
Dude,
KG?
Rick, you know what this? No, it's fine. Dude, you know what this part of the market is like?
Wow.
It's like you meet a girl and you start like dating her, and first you're like trying to first you're like, you know, trying to like seduce her or whatever, or like trying to get her to go to like you, so she goes on a date with you or whatever. You start dating, and then you know, for like a couple of weeks you start hooking up, and then it starts getting serious, and like you start actually like seriously dating, and you become like a couple and an item.
Yep.
And then you're like, well now what do I do? You know, because it's like this is starting to get a little serious now, and there's like that sort of awkward phase in between where you actually really get serious, and like when you're just casually dating and then you actually get serious, and you're like, all right, well now what do I do? Like, how, you know, things are going good so far, but you know, you there's always like that looming threat of something that's going to happen around the corner where it's like, all right, I'm still trying to figure out like if I actually want to be with this girl or not, because I don't know if I know her that well. So like, you know, I'm gonna keep my eye, like, you know, like I'm gonna keep my eyes on this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna be attentive.
Yeah.
Before it's like you end up being real serious, real committed. You're still kind of skeptical, but then that first couple of like weeks, the first couple of months.
Yeah, just,
you know what I mean? It's like you really like the girl, but then at the same time you're still like, she has a couple of red flags or like what seems like a couple of red flags, and you kind of just like brush it off, and you're like, oh, like I don't know if I want to get really serious about this girl just yet, because I'm still like, I really like her, but I'm still just a little skeptical. That's like sort of what this phase of the market is like. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? The analogy I'm trying to make.
Quite to add to that. Sorry, Rick. Quite to add to that. Imagine if that what you just said, and if you got a girl pregnant, what are you going to do?
Oh, dude, that's like holding a bag at the top. well, no, it's like if you get really serious, you propose, and then like you're gonna marry her, and you get her pregnant, and then you find out she's a complete and total fucking psycho. That's like being all in at the very top.
So, I mean, yeah, exactly. If you're holding bags, it feels like that, right?
Yeah, it's like if you've been holding bags for years and years, it's like you've just been fucking stuck in a terrible marriage for years. Like you weren't happy, but by the time you realized, it was too late.
Yeah, but then it could also be that finally things are turning around for you and that girl, and then you come across another pretty girl.
Well, you think she's a smoke show, so you drop the girl you know and are getting along with well and has treated you good, and then it turns out she's a train wreck. That's where you got to be careful. Like
Yeah.
you like enter in a trade that you're like, this trade looks good. I think this is going to go up. This has big potential. And you see something else just skyrocketing, so you bail on it. And then that skyrocket takes a U-turn. And then the thing you bailed on turns out to have been a pretty sure thing after all.
Yeah, exactly. The thing you bailed on, it starts getting bullish again, and then the one you left it for fucking just dumps and gets completely rug pulled. Oh boy. No, altcoin market is looking good right now, though. I mean, we're working on trying to break the highs from March on others' market cap, so it's not too far away from that. I mean, it could be a double top there and come back down.
I see market structures trying to get back. This is the high point that I'm paying attention to on Bitcoin, and that is the pivot that happened at $98,870. So I'll circle it so YouTube can see it right there. We came very close to coming to test that, but we just need to keep building this rally. So what's keeping this alive at the moment, I would say there's like a trend line probably like that we want to keep intact, and I'll make it a different color, gray it out or something. So we need to keep that intact. We need to break macro, the macro pivoting needs to come back up and break structure, change the character back to an uptrend. There is like an inverse head and shoulders type. I know that inverse head and shoulders are not a continuation pattern, so this is where I argue about that. They are not a continuation pattern. This is a perfect example of it. This is what I mean. You'll see some people drawing out an inverse head and shoulders and saying, oh yeah, we're going to go up now because of the inverse head and shoulders. This is just the wrong context to use it in. If anything, it's kind of more like a rounding bottom, or a series of like I've got it drawn here. To me, it's a bunch of falling wedges that have been back tested, bounced off the flipper, bounced off the flipper. It tends to like to do that, Bitcoin. It sort of breaks out, chops around, and then goes. So it doesn't just take off without looking back a lot of the time. Likes to back test. But check it out. It's still, look how close we are to getting, 100K, let alone price discovery, but it's only like less than 3% away. It's only $2,500 to get up. And
hey Rick, awesome advice. Can you please repeat that part?
Repeat that
seriously
part? About
the one
about market structure?
5 to 6 months to go or whatever. That
5 to 6 months to go. Probably.
I mean, you can take profit, but it's still a long way to go.
Oh yeah, I think so. That was to do with the oscillators. To do with, we were talking about the weekly stochastic RSI. I'll show you.
Even cycle-wise, it feels good, right?
Yeah. So not only have we not even done the plateau yet, if we do anything similar to last bull market, it was one thing to get the stochastic up, but then we traveled sideways on the stochastic. There was this like flat top plateau while the market ripped upwards. So if we do anything like that, there is still like, at least a couple of months ahead, 3 months, maybe 4 months, just to get that flat top. And look what happened. We did get a pullback. This was a significant pullback on the weekly, which was this one, where we went from 42 back down to 30,000. Found support at it and then ripped again. And look, how does that translate on the stochastic? It's just further like cooling off, and the market was getting weaker. Like the momentum had shifted a hell of a lot compared to this part. So yes, when you're talking about the stochastic, like the momentum of the market, we've seen the fastest momentum, or the strongest momentum rather, already, possibly. but that doesn't mean we can't get at higher prices, if that makes sense. Just from the context of the last bull market and how we came up.
Yeah, look at your MACD, it's still not there the way where your RSIs are. The MACD.
Yep. And the MACD crossover on the weekly picked out the top here, which was a top at the time, and also another crossover here picked out the all-time high of 69k. But see how they were very divergent. You got down here, but up in price. So we haven't even started. You could argue that we haven't even really started our first like high push. Some might say that this was, and that we're expected to get a lower one, and that's going to be our bearish divergence. Maybe, but it's early to say that because look, we're still climbing. Our MACD is still going upward, and there's no divergence yet. Go full screen MACD. See how it's still pointing violently upward. So I'm still confident. I've by no means like been thrown off by the oscillators. And by the way, the oscillators have to report what the price does, not the other way around. The price doesn't have to conform to what the oscillators are saying. Price takes priority. Price is primary, oscillators is secondary, because it has to build any kind of movement on an oscillator, it needs price data. It needs data from the price. So price first. Price comes first.
I think that new all-time high in March around the halving like really messed with people's heads and threw them off on what the bull cycle usually looks like.
Yeah, definitely. Look at this, man. Look at this. Okay, this is the 4-hourly Bitcoin Ichimoku cloud. We had a Kumo twist to the downside right here, which would have been like during this part of the correction that we had, like, what was that, last week? And then we've twisted back to the upside in the last like 3 days as we got the breakout of this smaller falling wedge. So that's cool. We've turned the market back on the 4-hour. On the daily, we're just so like expanded away from the cloud, and look how fat that green cloud is. That is like confidence, I would say, of uptrend on the daily chart. And then weekly, even, yeah. Look at the way we bounced off the cloud on the weekly too. That's epic. And check out this weekly 200 EMA. Getting above it here, back testing it here, was a big sign to pay attention to. Like that, not only did we break back on top, but we're using it as support now, and we have not even touched it. Nowhere near touched it on the weekly time frame, that 200 EMA. So that's pretty damn telling of what's going on, I think. Daily 200, there's a lot more noise, there's a lot more like activity going through it. This probably got pretty damn confusing and bearish because we started to really threaten to lose the 200, but getting back up on top of it and it cradling the price at that point was very important. We hadn't broken out of the wedge at that point, but we got this really nice support off it. And the rest is history. Here we are, rallied up, making higher lows and higher highs. So we're trying to build that next higher high. That's what we're trying to hope. That's what we're hoping for the bulls. I want to see that next push. Similar time, similar push. All right, I'm gonna chill now. I'm just gonna go back to this multi-view thing. Dogecoin dipped back below 43 cents. Solana's on a nice rally up at the moment. Ethereum found support on this EMA. Bitcoin's kind of just like, I don't know, maybe Bitcoin's going into its weekend coma. As of, it's what, an hour and a half away for the daily close? Yeah, an hour and 33 minutes. So the good thing about the weekend is that Bitcoin goes into that sort of holding pattern, and then the alts have the confidence to move and do things over the weekend. That's been the case many times over that I've seen. Altcoins having the chance to do something cool. Look at Silly, the way Silly has been trending for the last like day, really. How many candles is that? 14 hours up. Even from this low here, that's like a day's worth of candles. One day, 7 hours uptrend. Chill Guy's finally starting to get a 200 EMA on the 1 hour, and it is above it. I think Chill Guy could be a. I'd be looking at Chill Guy for a potential long eventually. Like just track the trend lines, use the trend lines, and just be there for when it breaks it, and you know, watch how it behaves as it comes out of the trend, whether it wants to bounce back up on top of it or. So that's one to watch. If you feel like you've missed, say, like Bonk or Pepe or Mudang or Peanut. Peanut did a similar thing. Look, same yellow line. It's just at a different course, different phase. And I reckon this probably looks like, you guessed it, like a falling wedge.
Similar line.
Similar lines, similar push. See that shit? Chill Guy, guys. Peanut is on trend, so that's cool. That's good news for Qui-Gon. Isn't it?
Oh, look at
Oh,
that.
hell yeah.
Mudang.
Peanut, let's go.
We got Mudang the hippopotamus from Thailand, I think. He's happy. He's happy that he
Peanut
broke
the
out of
squirrel.
his... Yeah, got Peanut the squirrel. I think I've got little pictures of each of these. Yeah, there's Chill Guy. Peanut. Definitely got a Peanut picture there. Yeah. He's just chilling. Mudang, Whiff, Pepe, Bonk, Slurf, Silly. And then yeah, Chill Guy. I think Chill Guy could be a good entry once that pops up out of that wedge. Look what they did to our Silly, KG. Can't believe KG pulled like 14 grand out of Silly that time. That's crazy. Definitely a high stakes trader, swing trader. XRP is still pretty high up there, which is cool. Sensational. Like we need to add that to the soundboard, that sensational thing.
But it's gonna go up higher again. I'm gonna buy more.
What's the lowest USDT dominance goes in, like, is there anything like how we were saying 60, 270 in the bull run?
Oh, and like in his like historically speaking, I don't know, man. I don't tend to look at dominance charts too much, but Qui-Gon does. Is Qui here?
What do you need?
Just tether dominance and what it means and what it says. I'm pretty sure it just
When it
means,
goes,
yeah.
when we're
like,
talking about 61%, 63, 64, it might 70, whatever, that's when the alts will start. If it's
USDT
Bitcoin
dominance.
dominance is going down. But what's the lowest it goes down to suggest that maybe it's over?
There's no real.
Wait,
There's no real
are we talking about Bitcoin dominance or Tether dominance?
tether dominance.
Bitcoin.
Tether. Oh, you're talking about Bitcoin. Okay, I thought you were talking about tether, man. Bitcoin
Bitcoin.
dominance.
I mean, I think it looks like it sort of bottoms out like somewhere between 30 and 40 usually. Most times. I would think it would bottom out a little higher this cycle because of the ETFs.
Yeah, I'd say a comfortable 40% would be the bottoming out.
Yeah, I mean, it usually takes about half of the market cap anyway, like even at the top of the cycle.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, also, like, it's probably going to be a little bit different. God damn, Algo.
Yeah,
crazy,
it's making another push here.
I should have taken a trade on that shit.
I'm watching on the hourly, and except for like late last night, it's got one red candle and then a green.
I stupidly got into sand instead of algo. I was looking at algo too. I was deciding between the two.
A little double bottom there off 25. Dude, that was sick. And like I was looking to buy there too on spot to add to my spot bag, but like
you should have, man.
For some reason I just didn't. I like forgot. I thought I did, but I guess I forgot to.
I'm feeding into your
because I looked at. No, I thought I did.
Just
no, I thought I did. Honestly,
to place an order.
Yeah, I forgot to buy. Can you bring the price? Can you sell it to me at this price instead? Yeah, 25. I was like, maybe I should add some here, and then I guess I just forgot to do it because my coin count wasn't any higher when I looked at it, and then I was like, and it was above 30 cents at that point, so I was like, oh shit. Like, I guess I ought to wait now, but it's probably not coming back at this point. If it does something comparable to XLM and XRP, then it's probably not coming back at this point.
Well, look at sand. Sand is like, oof. It made a high, like it looks ugly because you've got this a higher high, but now you've got this like lower. It really has to get going if it's gonna invalidate this head and shoulders type looking thing. It's a very ugly head and shoulders if it is one, but yeah, it's kind of scary. Come on, sand, pick it up. Extremes here. Ooh, okay, sand is knocking on the door of a trend line here right now. Let's pinpoint that right there and right there. And I'm gonna extend the lines left and right. Hit lock. Sand. Lift your spirits. Bitcoin, ooh, a hint of a creeping on the come up. Ethereum looks kind of cool. Siri just thought.
Sand
that I asked
hasn't
her a
fallen
question.
below the. It's like kind of battling the 236 fib. Here, I'll throw a screenshot in general.
Oh yeah. Hey YouTubes, 21 people watching, smash up the like button if you haven't already. Like the smash button. Sand is starting to break a trend line, guys, just a little heads up. To the upside, which is good. Careful of the bounce off the flipper, because it can pull back to go test, back test. But this could be cool. Let me get my hopes up.
Put that sand chart in general.
Oh, cool. I'll have a look. Yeah, that's a squeeze, isn't
And
it?
you can see where it bounced off the 382, and it's just trying to figure out if it wants to stay above or below the 236.
Yep.
I
And
think
average line.
that to me looks kind of healthy so far.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's still alive. Especially if Bitcoin can get rallying and go up and test highs and break some structures back to the upside, that can only be good news for the rest of the market. You know, just further green light. I do like these sort of remaining hours of the daily candle. Things can get moving around this time.
H bar is trying to make another push here too.
Era.
What is H bar? Like I own some of it and I've been charting it for a little while, but I don't even know what the hell it is.
I know it's called Hedera hash graph, but that's about as far as I know about it. Hedera. Chill guy's getting a little bit of a lift here. Come on, chill guy. Man, silly. Ooh, that didn't really age too well. I said, mark my words. I think we're coming up right around here. And we dropped back, but now we're fighting to come back again. Hopefully it does get that. I think this is more of like a macro call. Go out into like the weekly or the daily and zoom out a touch. You can see where it's come from and the prices that it has had before. There's so much like upside potential there, and it is a meme coin. A lot of memes do this, like they get a parabolic downtrend in a way, get an arc going down, then they go flat for a period of time, but then they pop out when the time is right and the conditions are right. They do a little pop and they can rally real hard. And that's all.
Hey
that,
Rick, did you check out the bonk?
Bonk? Yeah, let's have a look at bonk. Yeah, man, bonk is so wild. Like when it gets on a pump, it goes real dramatic and fast, but then it gives it all back. You got to be careful of that.
Yeah,
but
we've never seen. As well.
we've never seen bonk in a proper bull market before, because it came out in the bear, didn't it? Or the recovery phase of crypto. So January of 2023. And it went flat. It actually fell. This is what I mean by meme coins spending the early part of their existence falling down, finding support, and then eventually erupting when the time is right and the conditions match up for that. And this is why I'm looking at Silly the same way as Bonk behaved. You know, it did this macro falling wedge, you know, wedge of misery kind of thing. Just kept falling and falling like it was dead. So if I do Silly, can you see the resemblance? Seems pretty similar to me. I'm going to split screen them because I want to make that even more obvious and clear. Let me go, let's get Silly. Let's do a dual screen top to bottom like this. And where are my memes? There's Silly. Put Silly on top and Bonk on the bottom. Go on the daily chart for both. And check this out. Let's match it up. See what I mean? Same shit. Grind down. Go flat, go dead. And then look what happened with Silly. Bomb. Explosion. I mean, sorry, Bonk. That's what happened with Bonk. So if Silly did a similar thing, it would be like eruption. I hope that's the case. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Speaking of, I should probably get a position in it because I don't have one right now on Silly. For like, you know, I mean like a long hold, like a really big long hold on it. Certainly worked out for Bonk.
So do you think as Solana pushes more forward, Bonk will have more of an uplift?
Do I think a Solana push will have an uplift?
Yeah, if Solana pushes forward, then will Bonk get more of an uplift?
Oh, yes, because Bonk is a Solana related meme coin. I think so. And same with Silly Dragon. Silly Dragon's a Solana meme coin as well. Check my crypto screener. So it's arranged by performance. So the top performer of the last day, like of the current daily candles, ACT, then Algo, then A8, GFT, Loose, LUCE, Virtual, Spec, Pirate, Ren, OL, Silly is up there, HBAR, Hedera, Waves, and then Fleur, FLR. What's this ACT coin, ACT? It's only pretty new. It's not that old. Came out on like the 11th of November. And it did that thing, like those new coins, maybe they pump on listing or whatever, but they spend a lot of time retracing and then eventually break out from that retracement. Sand is still fighting with that trend line. Hasn't happened yet. Be facing a rejection. Like coming down to visit the bottom line, the triangle here, the wedge. But hopefully it just full sends. It just goes for it. Like a little shorter time frame line in there too. Bonk rumored for Robinhood listing. Shiba Inu targets 50% gain. Bitcoinist. Next network poised for 1,800% surge. In conclusion, Shiba Inu and Bonk are the best meme coins to invest in now. It's a big call.
Oh, jeez.
Analysts say their prices could rise to new heights in the months ahead. Meanwhile, the next network continues to gain attention with its pre-sale. Its value is predicted to pump by 1,800% before the end of the cryptocurrency ICO. That's LMEX, LMEX ticker. Never heard of it. I guess it's because it still hasn't even hit markets yet. Interesting article, DOGE.
Thanks, Rick. I just saw a sarcastic ask about Bonk getting listed and remembered seeing that article. That's all.
It's cool. Appreciate it. I wonder what CoinDesk and like Cointelegraph look like at the moment. Cointelegraph, crypto news website. Did that say Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball, One Piece Studios Web3 game. Sun is top Trump crypto holder, Asia Express. Over 8.6 thousand Solana wallets linked to $21 million DEX hacker. BTC price $100,000 insight as open interest reset boosts Bitcoin bulls. Why is Bitcoin price up today? Had that Vladimir Putin signing like some kind of order or recognizing Bitcoin as an asset class or whatever in Russia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Why is Dogecoin price up today? This is an old article, but like 2 days ago. Fueled by increased interest among futures traders and a shift in market sentiment toward meme coins, Dogecoin has risen over 3.5% in the last 24 hours to 40 cents, aligning with the recovery across the broader cryptocurrency market, which rose by around 3.3% in the same period to rest at $3.32 trillion total market cap. If there's anything. Doge's bullish price action on November 28 is preceded by a jump in open interest weighted funding rate. The chart below shows that Doge's 8-hour open interest weighted funding rate increased to 0.025% on November 28, up from 0.0124% seen 2 days ago. This suggests a high appetite for long positions as Doge's price rebounded over the same period. Doge's open interest also remains high at $3.25 billion despite pulling back from the $3.77 billion all-time high record on November 23rd, according to CoinGlass data. Doge price nurtures a V-shaped recovery. This has got a lot of analysis about Dogecoin in it. It's cool. Doge's price action since November 26 has been nurturing a V-shaped recovery chart pattern on the 4-hour chart as shown below. A V-shaped recovery is a bullish pattern formed when an asset experiences a sharp price increase after a steep decline. It is completed when the price moves up to the resistance at the top of the V formation. Doge appears to be on a similar trajectory. It's kind of like an Adam and Eve, like you get the Adam, the V. Doge appears to be on a similar trajectory. It currently trades above a crucial demand zone between 39 and 40 cents, where the 54-hour and 204-hour simple moving averages are currently sitting. This suggests that increased buying from the current levels will likely push the Doge price to complete the V-shaped pattern to trade at 48 cents. Let's go. CryptoBiz, a crypto
I'm
policy.
still on that inverse.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Rick. I was just gonna say I'm still on that inverse head and shoulders. We broke out and we're retesting the flipper
On
the neckline as you
on Dogecoin.
Yeah, on the 1 hour.
Oh, okay. Yep. Oh yeah, I see it. Yep. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. It's really nice. Like treating
That'll
that as
be a
the
nice
high point
measure
to go
move
and
today.
achieve. Yeah, if we can. And we have
The
kind of
measure
broken
move
it.
will
I
be
can see.
about that top.
Yeah. I
I'm
can see
sorry,
the I can see
delay's
the
getting
neckline.
me.
Oh, it's alright. It's our delay.
Yeah.
We both find a gap and we talk in it.
Right.
Um.
The measured move will bring us right up to that kind of resistance we have from those two previous highs, kind of. If you
Yep.
make a trend line on that. Yeah.
I reckon it definitely will.
So we'll see.
That is definitely the target. If you use that stick there to the breakout point, yeah, takes you up to that cycle high.
Like 49.
Yeah,
Somewhere around 49 cents.
yeah, 48, 49. A crypto policy expert may run the SEC. That's cool.
Yeah, that's
That would
pretty
be very
bullish.
good for America. Yeah, and the rest of the world.
Yeah.
XRP price chases $2 after bull flag breakout leads to new 2024 highs. All of these articles are so bullish. A lot of hype.
Algorand really trying to do the XLM move, huh?
See
Oh,
that
yeah.
crazy? It's
It's retribution, baby.
GRT
Holy
is trying to
snap.
make a nice final push for the day too.
Wow, look at Algo on the. Oh my gosh.
Let's fucking go, man.
The weekly chart is stupid on Algo. Holy cow.
Yeah,
Look
it
at
is.
It is
Look at
nice.
the monthly. The monthly looks
Yeah,
like
the
XLM.
monthly. Oof.
Oh,
300%.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
307%. Yeah. So cool.
And look at the monthly volume candle. Fucking biggest
This is
candle.
This is
Yeah,
fucking crazy.
let's look at volume candles. Ooh, look at that. shit.
Oh,
Look how
that's fatty.
That's a fatty.
Yeah,
That's
this
the
is
biggest-
last one on the.
That's the biggest month, at least on this chart, that Algo's ever seen. That's a big deal,
Let's
man.
go!
That's a lot of money right there. That's
It
fast.
Let's
doesn't
go
have-
to 68.
And it doesn't have monthly resistance from where it is now until 50
Till
cents.
60.
Let's
Yep.
find the Algo all-time chart. Hmm,
Like 68 is
It is a
really the
fatty.
next real.
it's a nice
Hurdle.
fatty.
That's insane, man.
Yeah.
Let's
52 and then
fucking
68.
Shout out to all the people who bought the lows on Algorand.
Oh yeah.
Good job.
And shout out to Lucrative now that I'm on stream. Lucrative made a prediction back in 2022 because Crispy and
I saw that
Lucrative were
chart
having a
you put up.
conversation about it. And so somewhere in 2022 they were having a conversation about where Algo could bottom out. And Lucrative said, yeah, 8 to 10 cents. And that's what this box represents. So he pretty much nailed the bottom with what he said.
Yeah.
Very good call there.
He literally freaking called it.
And the fascinating thing is that price had never been visited before either. It's lower than the lowest Algo
Than
ever
the previous,
was,
Yeah.
10 cents.
Yeah.
So that's interesting that he called that. And look at that spike down to test the top of it too. Back in August of this year.
Can he come in here and call the top for me, please? So I can tell it at the top.
Algo.
So what the fuck do you mean? Shout out to everybody who bought at the bottom. I bought the top at 27.
Hell yeah, dude.
And you in the
Someone
money,
has to.
baby. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Algorand.
I love that it's doing this, man.
Dude,
Unreal.
if these coins were to go, break those March highs, come down and retest it, would just be fucking beautiful.
Yeah. Algo does.
But dude,
definitely look-
XLM didn't even come down, test it. It just fucking kept going. It was like, no, I'm gonna skip that retest. I'm just going for all-time high.
But none of them did. Did Dogecoin do that?
Test, like, do a retest?
No, not yet.
Did
It
Cardano do that?
It may not need to. I don't know.
Did Cardano do it? None of them have done it so far.
No. I don't think it's.
They
No,
don't.
but
They
I
don't
don't
need
think
to do
it's.
shit.
I don't think it's very
Each
characteristic
one of them.
of a bull market to go retest your accumulation zone. It's a long way backwards. Like
I
that's a
mean,
big
you don't
back
want to
step.
fall back into it. You don't want to fall back into it, but the thing is like these coins you're talking about, they all have like a bullish narrative attached to them.
I think a lot of coins do anyway.
I mean, but
Coins have
what
bullish
specifically, like for Algo specifically? I know it's all ISO
Because
coins, but
smart
for
people
Algo
know they're good. That's what's bullish. They know they're good and that it's gonna go up, so they're buying it.
well, no shit. That's why we were buying it in the bear market. But what I'm saying is, like, people that bought down real low eventually like take some profit sometimes and try to fucking reposition.
The narrative is Gary Gensler's gone, so all these things get out of the cage. They get let out of the cage. That's the narrative, because that's what they were doing basically, is they put these things all in the cage. They locked them up. Now the cage is open.
Right, but to say that it's just going to be nothing but green candles and red ones don't exist anymore is
No, it's not saying
that's
that.
not saying that,
There's definitely
no.
going to be red candles, but it doesn't have to do anything, right? It could do a technical retest of whatever area, but don't count on it being 100%.
I was
Probable.
saying I
don't
started my
pray on it.
statement with it would be I started my statement with it would be sweet if they all took out their March
Right,
highs, came back to
right, I don't
retest
think you
it,
said
and that
anything wrong.
would be beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you said anything wrong. I just thought you said. I thought you started to argue that it needed to, and I was like, we know it don't. It doesn't need to.
Well, clearly not. After XLM and Doge did, no,
It would
clearly
make
doesn't
sense
need to.
if it did. Shit, they still could. It would make sense if they did.
Yeah.
I mean, but it would also make sense if they didn't.
Yeah, for different reasons. What's good about the older coins from last cycle is that it's not really like the muddies aren't really as the waters aren't really as muddied with like the VCs and stuff. Like as far as like the newer coins, you got VCs that are gonna freaking dump on token releases and shit. But yeah, these older ones, it's almost like they've been around for long enough where they're fully diluted. I can only hope that all of them make new all-time highs this cycle. You know what I mean? But it hasn't really been. So last cycle, not all of the coins from the previous cycle made all-time highs. Most of them didn't. Most of them put in lower highs from their previous all-time highs. So I would hope that these ones that are older, I would hope that they put the projects that we all feel are good projects. I would hope that they put in new all-time highs and go into price discovery, because
I would hope
that's where we'll make the best money.
Well, yeah, of course. I would hope motherfuckers learn, though, and I mean this respectfully, how important it is to, if you want to be in this game and play anything long term, how important it is to accumulate some of these projects at the lows. That way you don't have to play this game of FOMO in after it's up 500%. Unless you're just looking to trade in and out of it, regardless of what happens. That's a different story, but I think these coins are proving how important it is to accumulate them at the lows because of how aggressive and quickly they make these moves when they're ready.
And when you have it at that low number, it X's so quickly. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Honestly.
It's amazing, man. Never gets old.
Yeah. You buy it at $50, it got to get to 100 just for a 1x. You buy it at 1 cent. It's like every freaking 10 cents, you're crushing it.
It's insane, man. So important for the multipliers. That's a great point. I do think, though, that there's going to be a group of people, across the space that after this, just like they did last cycle, after this cycle, they'll say, I get it now. They'll have that aha moment.
Yeah, yep, for sure.
Sometimes it takes a couple of rounds too.
Yep. Live and learn. You almost have to live and learn sometimes. Some people,
I fucked up my second bear market, kinda. Like, I mean, I didn't totally. Like, I kinda knew what was up, but I still messed up.
Yeah, you ain't gonna do everything perfect anyway.
Third time,
you know what I mean?
I think it kind of...
Yeah. Just the conviction.
I think it kind of helped me. Go ahead, Rick.
Oh, that's all. Just the conviction.
I was just going to say, I think what kind of helped me is I got it back in too early in the bear market. So I put way more money than I probably would have to DCA to the bottom number.
Yeah.
So it really helped me accumulate more than I probably would have. And I got phenomenal.
To maintain it.
Yeah,
man.
Right. To get it down there. Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
That's a champagne problem now, huh?
Yeah, no shit, right? Back then you're like, oh, it hurts so bad to double up your money because it dropped a little more, but now it's like, holy shit, thank goodness.
Dude, the steadfastness and commitment the whole time is fucking awesome, man. I love it. I'm super proud of myself.
Yeah, same. I'll be right back, guys.
That's pretty funny though. Like, oops, I accidentally did my first buy at 50% instead of 10%. So instead of going like 10%, it goes down, you buy 20% worth, goes down, go 30, you're like, oh shit,
it's
I went too heavy.
Now
every buy has got to be 150%.
Yeah.
Damn.
My accident, looking back on it, it's hilarious, but my buy at 24,000 was premium. I was paying premium at the time because we dipped down to 15.6. My first buy was
Now
at like
somebody would-
24K. Now you look back on 24K
Somebody would die
and you
for
go,
that price.
damn. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, just play it slower. Slow down. Take
The long
your
game
time.
never.
Yeah.
The long game never is. It beats the short game every time, man. Every
Oh,
fucking time. There's no way around it.
That's right. You just have to be patient. That's the
you
hang
see-
up. It's the patience.
You see the wicks on the monthly candle on Algorand from the top or the bottom?
Yeah.
They're like massive wicks, man.
Yeah, they are. I think this thing's gonna do a skip to 60 cents before we see any type of real correction.
Why
Kind of like
60, sir?
XLM.
What is there at 60? Why 60?
There's some resistance there at 60.
Well, and right under 48 cents is the 1.618 from the March high.
Look at that buyback candle on Bitcoin.
Yeah, 68 to 80. You got some pretty serious resistance for Algorand, so that might be an issue. I know it's a big zone, but that's where really all your resistance is. I don't even know if I'm going to get rid of a lot of spot even there, man. I'm playing for new highs on that thing. I'll sell most of my blue chip bags in price discovery for sure. At least 70% I'll be selling in price discovery. I'm that patient. Let's go. I think he's getting.
Kill me, man. You're gonna kill it.
Say what?
I'm saying it's like fucking headache watching it, like, go up, go down, go up, go down. I don't know how you do it, man. You're gonna kill it if you can manage to go through that journey.
Because I already did it once. That's the only way. I already did it once. If I didn't already do it once, it'd be a lot more painful.
What did you do once?
Held the shit for a long ass time and made massive profits, massive multipliers through the bull market.
Oh, you did it earlier, right? With Doge and ETH?
Yeah, Ethereum, Doge. I did it with a few other things too.
You never get tempted to sell?
I always sell. I just don't sell it all early. You know what I mean? I just have targets and then let it ride.
Yeah, but from here to price discovery is like almost fucking, what are we at? 50 cents? Even if we say algo, it's still 250 and above, man.
Yep.
And that's where you will start selling. I mean, that's like, motherfucker.
I'll probably be out of 30% of the position by then, but I'll have the bulk of it to run into price discovery, and I'll be laddering out from there. Only in stuff like Algorand or XRP, XLM, Avalanche, Cardano, stuff like that, blue chips. The other shit, it has a different treatment for me.
You're not selling your Cardano at 120?
I'm selling some, yeah. A little bit. 5-10%. Unless something changes with time. If we're like chilling in the middle of March and it's at like $1.10, then my whole plan changes because it's taking too long.
Yeah, but you're in a sweet spot, right? Because you bought it at like the bottom. Fucking people like me are in like headache zone. What the fuck to do?
You bought some shit at the floor though, so you have some bags that are cheap or that are low relatively.
Yeah, I'm also another person who's not selling for a while. So, I mean, Just because you bought here, like, listen to what we're both saying. We're both saying we're holding for a while because we think things are going to go way up, which means it's going to go way up from the price you bought it at too.
Right, more than likely. If it goes into
Yeah,
price recovery, then
absolutely.
everybody should be in the green.
What if I told you guys that it'll be at $365,000? Eventually, it'll be. I'm sorry, not three. Yeah, people will be going bankrupt and losing their shirts because it'll be back here at $100,000 before going to 300,000.
I guess one way, if you're truly terrified of what's going to happen, set a stop loss. Just don't set it too tight. You don't want to choke it out of
What I used
like
to
with
say a couple
noise,
of
just the natural noise of the market.
couple of years ago, I used to tell people, "Hey, look, Bitcoin's going to be at $150,000, and people will be losing their shirts and their houses when it goes down to, they'll be complaining when it's at 70,000." And it's true. When we go back to the bottoms, people will be complaining, going bankrupt, losing all their money. It'll be sad.
Yeah, hopefully people just buy the bottoms this time
Years.
instead of just talk about it.
Well, it'll take years. People, what happens is people have this plan. I'm going to hold on for 4 years. I'm going to hold on for 5 years, and it's going to be so much higher. And they come back in 4 years, and man, are they happy that they can fucking exit for the first time. And they do. They ain't holding on. You watch your money go from $100,000+ to under 20. You don't hold on to something
Down
like
to
that in the future.
10,000.
Get the fuck out and take your money.
Right. That's what that's my
Yeah, it
plan.
makes you think, like-
I'm not planning on riding this to the top and then back down to the bottom. I'm going to do what I did in the bull cycle last year and sell fairly. I mean, I'm not going to say I nailed the top, but I was pretty close to the top in most of my coins. The one coin that I got stuck with, like all my profits from everything else was 5-fold what I lost on the one I wound up holding a bag on. So that one didn't affect me.
So where do you think the top on Bitcoin is going to be?
I have no idea really, but I think we are on the foothills of the mountain range that is the bull market. So I personally do not think we're anywhere near the top right now.
Okay.
I think it could be I think it could be somewhere between 150 and 350,000 maybe.
Nice. That's what a lot of people think. But as we got into this, right, most people, if they knew what they were doing and they were waiting from the cycle before and they played it right, they got in somewhere between 15 and 30,000, right? So they 3 to 5x their money, 3 to 500%. So even let's go another 50% to $150,000. What's a measly 50% to 400, 500? If you rode up from those bottoms, we are exit liquidity.
Because my average is $28,000. So if I go up another 50, that's another 2x.
Nice. My sister's average is $9,000. So right now she's at 10x.
Good
if it
for
goes
her.
up to 150, she'll be at 15x. But
she held through the bear, like through the bull and bear of last night, to have an average of 9,000 on Bitcoin.
She bought at the bottom last time. The absolute fucking bottom.
But has an average of 9,000. It only went to 15.6. How'd she get 9,000?
Yeah, I question that one. I question that one too, because I told her to buy it in 2019. I think.
Oh, so she
2018
bought
or
like the COVID dip. Right, okay.
She bought,
Makes sense if she bought it like
around-
during 2020, 2019, 2020.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was around then.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying,
Yeah.
Matches, but I'm
Well,
just
cool.
for you know, a lot of people do need to be cautious not to ride their bag up and then take it all the way back down. Like, I totally agree with that, but I'm fairly confident in the way I want to trade this cycle. I'm not saying that's the way everyone else should trade it. And when and especially when I say like we're at the foothills of the bull cycle, that applies especially to altcoins. Like, who knows? We could go up 50% on Bitcoin from where we are now. Maybe we only go up 20%. We could go up 3x from where we are now. I mean, who knows?
Yeah. And remember, a lot of people in our community came in at the top of DOGE, like that, or they came in around maybe a couple of weeks, few weeks, couple of months even before that. That is so different from where we're at right now. Like, we're at the 2020 region of like, you know, facing the end of 2020. If you're going by the cycle thing, we haven't even seen the alt season yet. Like this stuff, all these things that tend to happen haven't happened yet.
Yeah, ETH
if you're
hasn't
going
run.
by like if it rhymes. ETH hasn't run yet.
The point I was making is that in the last 4 or 5 years, if you played it right, you've taken your trades and you've made 1,000% profit. Literally.
Yeah. Oh, there's no arguing that. Yeah, that's great.
If you got trapped between the peaks, you sat there. So we've run up 1,000% from the bottom. So since 9,000K since that last cycle, 5-6x since the most current bear market bottom. So I mean, what more are we really asking for per cycle?
Well, Rick and I were talking about this earlier, and I was like, you know, I think this is just the bull market getting warmed up. When I see a 30% pullback and then we go up from there, that to me is what like actually really confirms bull cycle. That's like, all right, yeah, this is the bull cycle. We haven't had a 30% pullback yet.
Yeah, it doesn't have that. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
so
it's all speculation.
So a 30% pullback would bring us. Sorry, Rick. A 30% pullback would bring us well around 70,000 from here. When do we expect that pullback sort of thing to start? If we're expecting a pullback before the end of the run, and if most people have
if you look through
for next November, we have 12 monthly candles left. If you want to do it by weeks, okay, well, we got 50 weeks, 50 candles.
Yeah, if you look back at previous cycles, there's been 2, 3, sometimes even 4 30% pullbacks during the previous bear cycles, each cycle. And we haven't even hit one. And I'm not saying like, hey guys, everyone freak out, we're gonna have a 30% pullback tomorrow. I think we're still a decent ways off from the first one. That's just guessing. That's not like, here, let me show you on a chart where it is. But that's where my mindset is.
So where do we start to exhibit some sort of pullback, you think, if we're going to 300K? Somewhere around 170, 200K? Like, what's the midway point where we consolidate for a minute?
Right when nobody expects it.
I don't know. What I'm saying is when it happens, I'll be like, okay, this is just repeating what previous bull cycles have done. This is Bitcoin doing what it does. This is a confirmed bull cycle now.
Yeah, it usually doesn't give people a whole lot of warning or notification to make it easy. You know what I mean? That's never the deal. It's always complicated. It's not going to be as easy as, all right, I'll do this and this and wait for a pullback. It'll be a little bit more complicated than that.
That's the type of thing I'm asking is, I mean, are you looking for patterns? Are you looking for exhaustion on the stochastic monthly at 80? Are you looking for what are some signs that we are nearing some sort of exhaustion or the party might be over? You know, to protect yourself from being stuck.
You just buy the lows instead of waiting to buy higher. That way you have a lot of space. That's what I do at least.
Easy set. So we buy the lows based on them being the lows. But what are you doing to identify that sort of thing? How are you identifying that it's exhausted to the low side? Are you doing some sort of stochastic or RSI, a relative strength above 15? Are you using a CMF? Are you throwing darts at a board?
You don't, calling the top is too hard. What you do is you just know that it's coming and have a plan once it gets there.
Okay.
That's where I'm at with it. I'm not in the business of calling tops.
Same way you buy the bottom matches. You start to buy in when the selling is exhausted.
So if you can't identify
you
it,
start to sell off when the buying gets exhausted on your monthlies and big stuff. I'm sorry, go ahead.
How are you going to recognize when you've missed it?
Past data is the best thing that you got to use.
Or you're going to buy those lows because you'll be there for those lows. You're already in it. Time spent in the market is gold.
Right, exactly. You'll have a plan to hit. If it hits targets, you take profit. And
so I'm asking what your plan is. So what is your targets?
For what?
Sort of, yeah. Are you paying attention to the conversation?
Well, I can tell you that last bull cycle, I didn't have any targets, and I never really have targets. That's not the way I chart. I watch a lot of you guys where you do trades and you're like, here's my target, here's where I'm getting out. That's not the way I trade, and I did not miss getting out on the last bull cycle except for one coin. And actually, I was scalping it on the way down. I was doing a pretty good job of it. The one I'm holding a bag on is Harmony, and they got hacked and crashed, and that's why I lost my ass on that one. And I'm holding that from the last cycle, but everything else I got out of. So I'm going to do the same thing I did last time, and it's kind of a feel it out and watch the markets and see what's going on when it's going on. I can't tell you, like you want a target or a number. It's not even a one.
No, I'm not even asking that. I'm just asking for something more than feel.
Yeah, it's not a specific. I don't know what is going to indicate it for me at the top this bull cycle, but I have confidence from previous experience that I'm going to do a decent job.
So in the past, what indicated it for you, or nothing never ever indicated it for you? It was just a gut feeling when you were there, feeling from those around you, or maybe the news or the market, or was there a source of that?
I think it was more as we got to a certain height, like once we got to a certain point, I was taking like 10% profits like every time it would like move up in a large way, I would take some profits. And there were times where I could tell by RSI like, hey, we're going to get a pullback here. So I would sell a big chunk, if not all of it. And then if we got a bounce, I'd buy back in and ride a bounce up. I guess.
So you are using like an RSI or something on a weekly or monthly to give you some sort of comfort as far as how the chart looks and where that is.
I'm using trend lines, I'm using Fibonacci, I'm using RSI, I'm using MACD on a day-to-day basis. I'm not using that to predict what's going to happen a month from now or where the top is now. As we start to top, I'm watching my charts enough that, and I was able to do it last cycle. Maybe I won't this cycle, but I think I will be able to use. Yeah, but I can't tell you exactly which tool it's going to be that I use to call the top. It's going to be a confluence of my TA.
Okay. No, fair enough. That's a lot better than gut feeling. That's based off of what's actually happening. Whereas like I was like, okay, so if it's gut feelings, there's something that happens that we miss. Like do people start telling us on the news, buy more? Is that a Kramer thing? Is it some other event that we should be looking for, sort of thing? Or a culmination of that with a changing administrations and other signals.
Yeah, it's just more real-time TA as it happens.
Okay. So you have a target above 100 for coming up soon, or you think maybe we could start that retrace, or we're nowhere near it, look for 120, then maybe think about looking for a retrace? Because I mean, my targets
yeah,
are
that's
around
where I'm saying I don't really target, like have targets. Like I think we're gonna go. If I was gonna like call something, I'd say we're gonna go to at least 120. Like I don't think this is the top where we are now, but I think 120 is still maybe just a start. So somewhere between 120 and 300. I don't know, somewhere in there.
Yeah, it's definitely eyeing.
But where, like, oh, we're going to go up this percentage and then have a 30% pullback. I don't have that number. Like the 30% pullback is just going to happen, and you're going to go, here it is. I have
buy on the pullback, right?
No, I'm not buying in. I'm not buying any more Bitcoin. Like I'm done buying Bitcoin. I'm just waiting to figure out where I'm going to sell it. Now, as things pull back, maybe that's where I can take opportunity of getting altcoins on a discount. But I'm probably I'm probably done buying at this point. I don't know. That changes. Something gets real hot, or you see some trends in the market. I'm not big on like selling one coin to get in another coin because it's hot, because as soon as you get into that new coin, it stops and the one you just left pumps. My plan this cycle is to really just kind of keep my positions where they are and ride them till they get to a point where I'm like, all right, that's plenty of money, or I'm like, okay, this looks like the top, or we're near the top, and I'm going to cut bait.
That sounds like a plan.
And Rick and I were talking about this earlier. I think going into a bull cycle, of every 4-year bull cycle, there's a certain amount of faith that is required if you want to ride from the bottom to the top. And there's nothing wrong with taking profits. Like if you think this is the top or could be the top and you want to take a bunch of profits right now, there's nothing wrong with that. But I have built these positions over the last few years not to ride it to here. I'll ride it back down to where I bought it.
Absolutely, and buy more.
If this is the top, I have faith that we're just on the molehills, the foothills of this bull cycle, and I'm willing to lose what I've gained so far to see if that inclination is correct, and see if the patterns from all the previous bull cycles repeat like they always do.
Very well put. Yeah, I think what kind of became a thing over the bear market is calling price where it's going to go rather than focusing on building wealth and making money. You know what I mean? Like, fuck knowing, fuck calling the move to get any type of respect or whatever it may be. Just be in the move and make money.
Yeah. Looking for bottoms and looking for tops in the market is how we are entering buys and entering sells. So during the bear run, the most heinous activity and negative comments went on when people were suggesting buying between the 15 and 20K band. And now what you're getting during any topping formation, whether it's the top or not, when people go to take profits because they're up 400%, the voices come out that aren't, that are expecting a lot more. The voices come out saying we're going a lot higher. So I'd actually say this 90 to 100K would have been a great place to shave off 10% of your bag. Just like 73 would have been a great place if you had bought between 15 and 25K to shave off 10% of your bag. It's really your strategy, because matches is selling to people, he has exit liquidity right here, all the way up to 100K again. He has easy exit liquidity because people believe we're going that high. So this is one of our tops that we just hit at almost 100K. The top we make now, people say the same thing. Oh, we hit 107, we're going a lot higher. But if you took more profit, you don't have to play the game. Well, I now have to wait another bear cycle to reaccumulate and run up. It's like this. It's a psychological thing when we're at the tops and bottoms of runs and things, not to take profit or not to buy. It really is. I hear it every time.
Yeah, and when I say like I'm not selling anything yet, I'm not saying that's my advice to anyone else. You know, earlier when we were talking, I was like, it's like everyone's different with money, and like when I go into a casino, I assume the amount I'm willing to lay down on the table, I'm gonna lose, and I'm comfortable with that. And some people like to go in the casino and just put $1 in the slot machine and pull it once and just get a one pull thrill. I mean, it's a very personalized thing for everybody. So it's a matter of what you're comfortable with, how much money, how much risk you want to take. Do you want to take profits as you go nonstop? There's nothing wrong with that. Do you have a set point where, hey, if it gets to this dollar amount, I make this much, I'm getting everything out. I'm happy. Like I wanted to make 3x or 1x or whatever it is. And you get there and you say, all right, I'm happy, and you walk away. Like it's a very personalized thing for everybody, and that's why things get heated because it's like, oh, this is the top, and some of us are like, no, it's not. But I'm not saying don't take profits. Like if you're not comfortable, take profits, take it all off if you want.
Some people have.
Yeah, and the tricky thing is when you think it's a top and then it's not, then you scramble to get back in. And then you're not in as educated and as well thought of a position and a trade. And that's where people can start getting into trouble, is when you miscalculate something, you deviated from your plan, and then you scramble to form a new plan because things aren't happening the way you want. So it gets tricky. It's a big mind fuck.
My whole point was to try and see if we could start formulating maybe some ideas towards how we're going to recognize or identify, or so we're not sitting here like lobsters boiling in the pot.
What it does every other time. That's what I'm saying. That's what me and you've been talking about for months now. What does it do every single time on the chart, no matter what we felt like at the time? What were the things it did? It exhausts, what is it, your 2 month stochastic, the 2 month stochastic curls over, your fast line goes under the slow line, whatever it is, it breaks under 80. And then you get weekly candle closes. The other thing was your Gaussian channel gets revisited after a major run on your weekly and 5 day. After you come down into it, you historically get one more major amazing run. We just went on a 100% run after doing it. And then you get a retracement, and it is gnarly and it is dangerous. But we're hoping this cycle is different off the Gaussian because we have an ETF, because we were higher. We set an all-time high before the halving. We have a lot of firsts, but what we're up against here is we still have historic data and information that suggests when topping or when exhaustion starts to come in. And you know what? We really haven't top. It hasn't said, okay, guys, we're at a top to me, but it's saying that this run we're in right now, we're going to exhaust it. We're going to exhaust it. Like we are running into Q1. This is the bull run. It could get insane. We could be hitting these 150 marks, but like this is the run. People that are going to call for retrace. There's always going to be, calling for retracements, but it's like I trust the Gaussian 7 day more than I trust anyone ever. Than in the entire anybody who's called it or made millions. I don't trust. I trust those charts. I trust the long-term charts because they do the same pattern every time BTC's at the bottom and top.
Nice.
And we've shared them in general, like if not 10 times, 100 times. We've shared those charts on each coin, how they react very similar ways with their longer-term monthly and too weak and stuff. But the problem is it's a patience game. And I'd say probably the 1% of people that are successful, 1% of those people that are successful are the ones teaching everybody else how to look at those long-term patterns and hold and release their coin. Until I learned that, I just really getting really wrecked.
Yeah, I'm gonna run into a
Anyway,
client's house. We'll definitely
I'm sorry to
talk
butt
later.
in. This is like one of the best conversations to have because it's very disputed about tops and bottoms and how to treat them.
Yeah, dude.
Well, it's nice to have.
I keep looking for.
Go on.
I was gonna say I've been recording lately to see if like Bitcoin's gonna break fucking 100K. Like I'm gonna catch it on video. I don't think it's gonna do it tonight. Looks like, but I've been recording lately, and I've been looking for a good place to stop the recording so that I can like go keep better track of my trades and stuff, and probably like try to enter positions and shit. But you guys keep saying good shit, so I don't want to turn it off because you guys keep saying good shit.
Yeah, and just remember, it's like it involves money, so it's very personal to everyone. Everyone has different views on money. Everyone has different views on risk and how they see the charts. And just because someone sees something different than you doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong or right. I mean, and actually,
Everyone's got their targets.
Me saying just because someone sees something on a chart and explains it, it doesn't make it right either. Like you got to kind of. I've got the tools that I use in TradingView, and I watch you guys and hear you guys explain tools I don't use, and it makes sense to me, but I'm not going to rely on them because I'm not comfortable with them, if that makes sense. Like I want to do the tools and the metrics that I'm comfortable with. Yeah.
So something I wanted to add to like what you were saying a few minutes ago, Kevin, was that like, you know, so everyone's in different types of trades. Some people have different time. Everyone has different time horizons or whatever. Some people have long-term targets, short-term targets. Some people are scalping. Some people doing swings. Some people are doing like, you know, long-term like cycle holds. But like pretty much like everyone has either like a price target that they're looking to take profit or a time-based take profit. So it's just like everything's different for everybody. And if you have a lot more invested in, like, say you have a little bit invested in one thing and you're looking for much higher targets for a certain type of return, like you could wait on that. But then if you have like a shit ton invested in one specific thing and it's gone up a lot, like you might want to take profits on some of that. Like if you have a way bigger position and you're like, okay, a 3x is good enough to at least take some profit, if not all profit, or like maybe it's a 5x that you're looking for, and you if you have that much invested and it makes a 5x, sometimes that's all you really need to say, okay, that's good enough. Like I'm out, and if it goes higher, I don't care because I made the amount of money that I wanted to.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. If that's what you want to do, or whoever anybody wants to do, or what, like if it gets to a point where one of my positions is like that and that's the decision I come to, like I don't think that's wrong at all. I'm not arguing against that.
Yeah, I'm personally waiting for all the coins that I hold that are from the previous cycle or an older cycle. I'm looking for, you know, pretty much one specific thing that's going to make me want to decide what to do with my position. And that's if you take a fib from peak to trough, like from all-time high down to this last bear market low, if I'm holding something and it looks like it's getting rejected at the 618, like the macro 618 level, then I'll consider taking profits. But I would wait for sort of like some more confirmation. Like I'm saying not just like a couple candles, but like at least a few days or even maybe a week or like 2 weekly candles or whatever to sort of make my judgment on as to whether I'm gonna, you know, take a hefty portion out of my position. But the thing is, lately with these coins that have been running hot, like XLM for example, like it went up past its 618, kind of blew through it and has been holding above it. So it's like something like that. If I had a big position in XLM, it's like, okay, well, if it's holding above this level, then it's actually better suited for me to wait and see if it goes back to all-time high and how it reacts to that point. And if it breaks past this all-time high, it's in price discovery, and then I have even more confirmation that it's like, okay, I can hold for a little longer. So I look for those sort of signals, because like the macro 618 is going to be my first target, and then if it clears that and holds above it, the next real target is going to be like previous all-time high. And if it breaks and holds above that, then the next target, it's like I'm really gonna have to try to keep an eye on it to see how high it really wants to go before I'm like decide to be all out. Because I mean, it's good to take profit in stages, but you don't want to shave too much if the thing looks like it's gonna fucking continue and put in new ATH.
Yep, makes
like
sense.
That's the logic that I go off of. Because if it looks like it's getting rejected by a few days or a few weeks at that macro 618, then chances are like the probabilities of it making a new all-time high like become less and less. Like, you know what I mean? Like the probabilities are lower of it making new ATH if it does get rejected at 618. And then like some coins are probably going to do that, but the ones that we've been seeing running real hot lately, I have cleared them, you know, and I have so far been holding above them. Like for example, like DOGE and XLM, XRP and Cardano, I think cleared that one, which are like, you know, specifically they all have a bullish narrative right now, so it's understandable.
Dude,
but these other ones haven't even made it up there yet.
You know how much I love the fact that I gotta pat myself on the back. Algorand, Cardano, and XRP were my heaviest positions.
Nice.
And Chris too. Chris going heavy XLM and Algorand. I mean, how beautiful is that, man? To see that happen, it's crazy.
And it's just the beginning. The whole rest of the coins, like most of the stuff that I decided to get into that's newer, hasn't even run yet. You know.
Yep. I gotta feel this.
Like
So.
it hasn't even showed its potential.
Here's something else I'll add. Like the accumulation I've done over the last couple years. It's kind of funny because you always hear like the crypto shills saying, "Oh, crypto is such a good store of value," and I've always been like, like no, you can make some money on it, and you know when the market's hot, but I don't know about that. But with that said, I was thinking about this earlier this week. Like right now, my goals, I've already doubled my portfolio since November, and like I'm not taking profits right now. That's not where my goals are. And some people will disagree with that. Some people will agree with that. But
no, but there is an objective truth, though. I mean, coming into this market with all this risk and you're just looking to double up, like to me, that's not a good risk to reward, in my opinion.
No, and here's my thing. Like, I'm hoping if I 5x my portfolio, like that would be awesome. It would be even better if I 10 or 20x it. But here's the thing, like I'm in a good enough position in most of my coins that if like we have some black swan event and the market goes to zero, I'll probably be able to get out of all my coins, and I don't have stop losses set like at my buys, and I probably should. But if it goes back down to my initial investment and I get that out, I would have over the last couple years, like I'm not good at saving money. There's no way I would have saved as much money as my initial investment is. And if I get that back, that's actually still a win to me, because it's like, wow, okay, I didn't 5x it or 10x it, but I got my initial investment back, and that's more money than I've ever saved in my life. So that's still a win for me.
Yeah, dude. So it's like I've seen it as like when I'm accumulating and say I'm stuck in a bag that's in the red, I'm like, I'm just saving money. I'm just saving money. Like, and this is forcing me to save money because I'm not going to sell in the red. So it's forcing me to save money that I otherwise wouldn't have saved.
Exactly.
Because like, you know, like by principle, I can't sell it in the red. Like it's like that goes against, you know, my ethics. So it's like, all right, at least I'm not spending this money on other dumb shit. I'm saving it, and I'm sort of forced to save it for X amount of time. It does suck that if fiat loses value, like if you're holding an investment for a long time and it's in the red, it sucks because that fiat's losing value. So like once you do get it back, you can't really buy as much with it as you used to be able to. But if it appreciates, like, you know, within a couple of years, more than like, let's say 10%, you're still doing pretty good.
Yep, true.
Hey man, I'll tell you what, with all the money that I've put into crypto, you're so right. It's a great point. There's a good chance I'd have nothing to show for it anyway. Like maybe I would have gone out a bit more, you know, gone to restaurants, gone on dates with random chicks like more often, or I don't know, like just other things in life. You find money to
Alcoholism and
spend on it.
herpes.
Yeah, just all sorts of shit. Like you spend money on.
You know what?
And
You know
you
what
just-
the most thing, Rick?
Yeah.
That you know what the thing that's spent
Mm.
most, just to interject, because it's I think it fits perfectly. The most money that people spend, that's like free money, like play money, is on food.
Yeah.
Man. So think about that.
Food
That's
is
insane.
expensive, dude. Yep. And it comes and goes, and you get hungry again, like 3
Right.
times a day.
Right. It's almost
Yeah.
like if you stop eating so much and you put money away, like it
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
or stop prioritizing eating, because all humans do it. Like we're
100%.
like, let's go somewhere and get something to eat, and it's like we overeat, man, and we overspend, and we like there's so many habits
Totally.
that can be cut. But I'll let you
We're in-
continue.
We are professional consumers. That's
Yeah.
what we've been made into. We are professional consumers. And when I went keto and even carnivore for a bit there, you eat way less because you lose your appetite. Like you don't have that ravenous appetite, and it's actually cheaper. So your meals are more expensive per meal, but
you
you're
only
eating
eat one
so
meal.
less often. Yeah, you only eat one meal, exactly.
Right. And when
So
you go
it's-
out
and it's
too,
quality.
things are limited as well. Like if you go out, you can't just get anything. You know what I mean? It's limited
Exactly.
options.
Yeah.
That's
So
how
it
I
is a
was
good-
able to eat a ribeye every single day for a year, and everyone's like, "That's so
Yeah.
expensive," and I'm like, "No, it's really not when you're not eating a bunch of other crap all day."
If you go to
Right.
Costco and buy the
It's
buy the
actually an
whole prime
investment.
rib.
Dude, that's what I did.
do.
Yep.
And Coley, it's actually an investment. You're not spending. It's not I don't see it as a liability. It's an investment in your health. Like that is your health right there.
Yep.
You're investing in your well-being, eating like that. So that's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
You'd be the best
100%.
investing in yourself
Yeah.
and your body and your
Yo,
health.
Totally. Yeah, trying to make trading decisions bogged down on sugar and like in food comas half the time and drunk or whatever.
Yeah, shit makes
it's
you
probably
depressed,
not-
dude. If you have a bad
it's
diet,
probably
this
not a
shit
good-
will make you depressed, and you won't even realize it.
100%. Yes. Yeah. It is. It's like for me especially because I've done keto before. I feel it's made me more sensitive to bad food now because my body's like
Absolutely.
lost all its tolerance for sugar, and so as soon as I hit the sugar,
Absolutely.
it's like, oh, it's hard to deal with.
Yeah, it make you sick,
Yeah.
dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, it does. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, the body's smart, man. It knows what's good and what isn't, and it'll let you know if you listen. You know, it's amazing.
You know what's really expensive as well? Freaking having to drive to work and just going out and then eating lunch out at work, eating something, a
Oh,
snack
yeah.
on the way home, getting coffee
Yep.
before work. Like all these things just add up.
That shit adds up.
Working from home is like, shit, man, I don't have to buy fuel. I don't get, the temptation to stop in at the drive-through coffee or whatever. Like there's all these little things that add up over time and you don't notice it because it's like death by 1,000 cuts,
Dude,
Exactly.
since I've been
It's
since
just-
I've been
oof.
carnivore, every time I go over to my sister's and see like how often both the adults and the kids in her house eat, I'm like, oh my god, you guys eat nonstop. And here's the thing, like, what's more expensive, $15 a pound ribeye, or figure out the price per pound
yeah.
for Doritos? Think about what a
Oh.
what a bag
Oh,
of
they're
Doritos
expensive.
weighs.
And even
Yeah,
more
Doritos
expensive
are
than
like
the health
$50
bills.
a pound.
Think about the health bills too that come from eating shitty. When you have to go to the doctor
Yeah.
and all that shit when you're 50, 60 years old because you treated your body like shit.
But it's so,
So I'm
good. Like,
looking at-
I know the vibes of indulging in bad food because I love that shit too, and I know what it's
Oh,
like.
yeah.
to cook.
Me too, dude. Me too.
It's
Like
hard
you
work.
just stepped into a locker room or something. Yeah,
Dude, I'm a
So
foodie
I'm-
to the maximum. That's my issue.
I'm looking at this chart. Like, sorry to change the subject, but I'm looking at this chart just to go, like, just to add on to like what I was saying about like sort of that macro 618 zone. And like, I know I gave a few examples of some of them that have already like surpassed it, but Algorand has been ripping the past couple of days. Obviously, everyone's aware, and it's taken out its March high. So like that's a new cycle high. And it's testing this resistance from all the way back in November of 22, which was the final high that it put in before the FTX collapse. So, and then it went down into its accumulation range. But if you look at algo, it's like aside like when you compare it to the other examples I gave, and when looking at the macro 618, if you put it on logarithmic and you're looking for the macro 618, it doesn't show up until 75 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And then so you're it's at 45, so it's still not even really fucking close yet, right? Like it could still go up another, how many percent would it be from the current price? 71.25%. So it's like it's not even close to that. But then furthermore, like if it clears that, right? Because it's a lower price. If it clears that, and you look at the linear chart and you look at the linear 618, that doesn't come in until $1.87.
Send it,
so
baby.
I mean, it's like
I'm gonna
it's
be
like
a
me,
happy motherfucker when that happens.
yeah, like me holding my bags. It's like, okay, I've been holding, and a lot of another thing to consider for people that are like sort of more long-term holders that have a longer horizon is sort of capital gains. So if I've been holding something for more than a year, you know, or like even if it, like say I've only been holding it for 6 months, and I think in the next 6 months it could go up to potentially, like if take algo for example, even if I was holding it for only 6 months, and I think over the next 6 months it could go up to at least 187, then I'm not going to sell it here, because it's like, one, you escape it, and I'm just using this as an example. I've been holding it for more than a year, but it's like, one, you would escape capital gains tax, or not that you would escape it completely, but it would be less. Like, you know, you could hold it for another 6 months and pay less on capital gains tax. Like, that's another incentive that people have. The other thing is that coming off of the bear market lows, you're just now putting in a new cycle high that even in that March rally, like on 311, that was still a lower high. So kind of looks more like a bear market rally on the chart. But now you've got a higher high than that one. So it's a change in character. If it comes down and makes a higher low anywhere than its previous low, like it's a macro reversal. Like I think that's what people are failing to understand with, you know, the pumps that have been happening lately look really exciting. But in the big picture, when you zoom out, it's only just the beginning of a macro reversal, you know, like on the entire chart. So it kind of makes me feel like, dude, why would I sell it? It's like, yeah, maybe it's fucking done a 4x from where I bought it, you know what I mean, or 5x, like where my average is. Like I think it's got to be probably somewhere 15 cents or below, because I got a ton. I like most of the algo I'm holding, I bought it at around 8 cents. So I got to think like most of it has got to be below 15 cents. So even if it returns there, I'd rather buy more than sell here, and then, you know, play that whole fucking musical chairs game where it's like, if I sell part of my position and I try to buy back more, I end up with less coins if it doesn't go as low as I expect it to. And it's just like, you know, why even bother? If we finally got these signals of like a macro trend reversal for altcoins, like this is what we've been waiting for. It's only the first step up a fucking staircase that it has 100 steps to it. You know what I mean?
Yep, I totally agree.
Like it's arguable that for altcoins, it's arguable that the bear market just ended. You know, maybe it's not going to be full on alt season for another couple months, but
no, that's correct. I mean, that move over the summer was over Q1 was just a retrace. It was a bear market rally. It was a retracement. It hit critical fibs and fell over. I like what Isaac just said though. Q1 prices are going to be completely unrecognizable. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a blip on the freaking radar, dude. Like we're gonna look at it and be like, dude, look at that tiny like price action compared to what it looks like now. Like even for Bitcoin, I mean, when you look at the chart, when you look back at Bitcoin, and we think back to like basically Q1 of this year for Bitcoin specifically. Hold on, I gotta zoom out to the daily because there's too much shit.
5 minutes
if
left
you
of
go
the daily.
To Q1 or
5 minutes
like,
left.
I mean, basically Q4, Q1. That whole like 2 months or so that we were in that range, it seemed like a long time, and it seemed like a lot of crazy price action was happening. It looks tiny compared to the bigger consolidation that took place over the past like 7 or 8 months from March to fucking October. You know, like from March to October, like compared to that, the whole December to January thing, it looks tiny in comparison. And I mean, you even go back to last year, back in 2023, we were in that consolidation for a while, and we were all trading to have a good time between 25 and 30K. Like, those gains were crazy, but it looks like nothing in comparison to like where the price is now. It's like those consolidations. What I'm trying to say is these consolidations that seemed like they took a long time, they've been dwarfed in comparison to like the price action that has now emerged, like just since the election. Like, I was gonna say over the past month, but just since the election.
They straight up effectively convinced everybody out of the market, convinced people that this shit was done. They bought it up at the lows. They convinced people that talked about this shit going back up were conspiracy theorists, and that they were holding on to dreams, and
dreams,
Disney Channel dreams. Yeah,
I was fucking hoping the price would go lower, while everyone else is like, "Oh, this is shit. I'm done with this. I'm getting out now while I'm ahead." I was like, "Fucking send it lower, like, because this shit is gonna go up, and you like y'all are gonna miss it." Like not you guys, but I'm like thinking, like, when you look at the chart and you look at the other traders, it's like, fuck, man. Like, you see what people are doing, it's like, fuck, man, you're gonna miss the boat. And I don't know, man. For people to be panic selling at certain levels, it's like, but then I'm like, dude, why would you sell there and not be buying more? But I guess that's sort of the difference between like being able to recognize those things and being just too new or too emotional about it. The other thing is that the same could be said about
bear markets aren't for selling your holdings; they're for buying and creating.
Dude,
holdings.
even in here, dude, even in here, like we could be transparent about it now. Enough time has passed by. I mean, the sentiment here was not good, man. To keep it light.
Dude, I always loved it. I loved all the drops that were happening. There's a few people in here that were like fucking raging, fucking happy when it was dropping. You know what I mean? Because it's like, we know, like, hey, this like this is gonna obviously keep going up. The drops are temporary. But what I was saying about like the whole panic selling at the worst times and like at the worst sentiment, even when you're at a higher price, is like the same can be said about on the way up. Like after breaking 30K, I was waiting for a we went up to like 38 or something. I was waiting for a retest of that 30 area, like we all were, and people kept buying it up higher and higher and higher and higher. And it's like, well, why are you doing that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I felt like, why are people buying here? Like, I felt the same way as if I was like looking at it and, on the 48K drop back in August, like, why are people selling here? I sort of felt the same way because but I was welcoming it. I was like, okay, go ahead, sell, because I'll buy it, But 38 up to 48, I expected a correction, which did happen. It only came back to 38, and then like that's where it bounced. Like, I wanted a little bit lower, but 38 was kind of all we got.
We're getting our daily close in a minute and a half. So check your charts, have a look at the daily time frame and see how that Silly's got a huge bullish engulfing candle. Whiff has a bullish engulfing candle on the daily. Peanut has a really beautiful bullish engulfing candle on the daily. So does Bonk. Arguably Pepe does too. Like, all of these are looking good, man. If you believe in engulfing candles on the daily to indicate what's coming next, then that could be cool. It could be exciting. As far as the blue chips go, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, all that stuff. Bitcoin's got a bullish engulfing daily. So does Doge. So does almost Shiba. XRP. Oh my god, huge candle. Sand has one. Solana kinda is working on it. And good old XRP.
Oh my god.
Beautiful, mate. Absolutely fantastic.
But it's gonna go up higher again. I'm gonna buy more.
Anyway, what are we? 20 seconds.
Yeah, honestly, out of all those charts that you're looking at that you just had up there, the one that looks the most bullish type consolidation to me was SHIB, and I'm not even a big fan of SHIB.
Yeah, dude, look how
look
wound up that is. And it's rounded at the bottom. Yeah, it's beautiful. It is really beautiful. There's the daily.
I was saying even at the bottom of the lower of the first one looked good too. I was saying that back then I didn't buy more.
Look at that XRP day, man. Just shy of 26 cents up in one day. That's a big deal for XRP. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's doing really well. I still hate it though.
Yeah, I know. You'll hate it at $3 and $5, and yeah.
Yeah, I can't deny that it's been doing really well though.
Oh,
I think it's been ripping.
I mean, yeah, peel back all the fundamentals and what it is, and just look at the candles, look at the chart. It was due, I guess. It was squeezing like crazy.
Let me put it this way:
years.
It's one that I don't mind missing out on.
Okay, yeah. I mean, look, there's thousands of coins out there, so no biggie. There's other projects.
Yeah, bravo for fucking getting over its trials and tribulations like that. Impressive.
Well done, Max. Though, good job on the core trade. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, look at how good that chart looks, though, dude. God
that's
damn.
core.
See, I was talking about that
Oof,
whole consolidation. I was talking about that. That whole consolidation. I was like, guys, I'm buying core. Like, I think I mentioned it like 5 times in general chat. I'm like, I want this thing to be like a bigger part of my portfolio. It's still not like huge part, but I mean, I've advocated for it.
Rick, pull up Harmony 1 and look at the bullish kicker daily candle. It just closed.
Oh yeah, really nice candle.
Oh,
on
that's
Harmony.
weird. Your chart looks a lot different than mine for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. I'll put a screenshot in general.
Funny pictures in Discord that people have put me in. Oh my god. Never saw that. Back to that right now.
That looks way more dramatic on the chart I'm looking at. Maybe because you're looking at perpetuals. I don't know, but it's different.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, this is a perpetual Bybit chart. Yeah, the perps, man, perps.
It's funny, Harmony used to be in the top 100 or top 50, and now it's like 700 or something. Like on TradingView, on at least on the chart I'm watching, it takes like 6 minutes after the daily close for like the time to start running again. It's like at the bottom of the list of charts they care about.
So on the 15-minute chart, there's a few that are seeing a bit of a pullback. Sand, Dogecoin, and Shiba on the new daily candle have done a little bit of a little step back. Oh no. Could just be like a little shakeout before the rise. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see if it's real or not.
Yeah. And the daily candle. Check them bubbles out on like the 1 minute. Core's down 1.2%. OL is screaming out the gate. It's up 6.3%. Up 2% in the last minute. OL. Whatever the hell that is.
What the hell even is that?
OL, it's on Bybit.
What the hell is even that?
Yeah, it's only a number of days old. Look. It's only like 9 days old. Pretty fresh. And it's been trending.
Oh well.
Look at that trend. Oh well. Oh well. There's another pun. Look at these scoops, man. Look at that shit.
Yeah, that's a nice cup there. It looks like it didn't even want to make a handle. It might go straight for the J hook.
That's cool. feel like the coin of the day doesn't always reveal itself in the first hour or two. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the coins that go up 40% for the whole day performance? Sometimes they don't happen until, you know, 4 hours into the candle, into the daily. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't reveal themselves straight out the gate.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, like, sometimes, like, I don't know, Asia's coming online right now. You know how sometimes in the morning when the U.S. stock market opens, the shit tends to dump at first for, like, the first, like, you know, 30 minutes, half hour, but, like, you know, 30 minutes to an hour of the day, and then it all bounces right back up and ends up being a green day and closing higher.
Yeah.
The same thing kind of happens at night with crypto because it's like
I don't know. A lot of
comes
mornings,
online.
a lot of mornings you open red and blast off too. I mean, I think
That's
there's an
what I'm
assortment
saying.
of everything. Well, I'm saying
That's exactly what I said.
each day is different though. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a pattern or any. I don't believe that anyway. That like every morning you wake up and it goes down and then it goes up in the same way.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying there's some days, like I'm using that as an example, like the stock market, you know, you wait, it like they get online for the first like half hour to an hour of the day, it's a down move, but then by the end of the day, it rips to a new high and it closes green from where it opened. And like crypto sort of follows it. But like with crypto, it's like the daily close is sort of comparable to that because like Asia is coming online. And I don't really track like their stock markets very closely. So I mean, these after the daily close, there could be some shenanigans for like our.
Why? It's the weekend.
Oh yeah, true. It's Friday, so they're not even opening. But I mean, they could still be online like trading crypto because it's 24/7. So like they're used to being up at this time anyway. But I'm just using it as an example. Like if they come online, there could be some shenanigans like, you know, a half hour to an hour after the daily close, and then it could be a down move, and then it just switches direction, you know, and you go up for the whole rest of the day. So we kind of went up today and closed green on the day, you know, so like for there to be a pullback, it's, you know, not really a shocker. Like, you know, just a reset for the beginning of the whole MEXC day.
Well, so far XLM, XRP, and HBAR are just picking up right where they left off.
Oh, what a solid start for the day for XRP already. It's gone up 1.88%.
Let's go, baby. I'm loving this shit, man. I'm not even like, I don't even know. It hasn't even hit me yet, really, but this is reality, I don't think. I'm kind of even keel anyway, but...
Dude, $1.83. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is insane, man. This is fucking insane.
Incredible.
Hey, some of us were really looking for this, man. Very few, but some of us were.
The conviction, man. It's the tenacity, the endurance.
The chart, too, bro. The chart.
Yeah,
I mean,
the chart.
Just the technicals, really.
The technicals are
I mean,
there.
I mean, it had everything, man. Fundamentals, technical, it had everything. That's why it was the perfect blue chip to be in my opinion.
It's funny. I was talking to Sarah about it earlier because, like, during that, like, the end of the bear market before, you know, the bull run started, I was talking to Cleo, and she's like, you know, I really would recommend that you sell off all of your XLM and XRP. I just don't think that they're going to do enough. You know, you'd have better chances of getting higher gains if you're these shit tokens on the Solana network. And one, I don't have any play like that. Like, I really don't scalp like that. But I'm so glad that I didn't do that.
Oh, I had
anyway,
similar concerns about XRP and XLM. I was like, I really hope for the people that are in it, it's not a has-been coin and it's not just gonna like fade into obscurity. But that was my concern. But I never really wanted to voice that too strongly to Crispy because I know he was so convicted for it. I didn't want to like throw him off because what if I was wrong? That would have been terrible.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I had the same concerns too, and I actually mentioned something to him about it, and I did end up being, and he was like, "Oh, well, no, I'm just gonna stick with it, see what happens." And then
Yeah,
you know, now
it's good.
I've
Lucky
never been
you.
happier to be proven wrong, because it's like, you know, I've never been happier to be wrong, because he did stick with it, and he made, you know, in hindsight, made the right decision, like because it went up a lot, you know.
So I will always have time to.
I'm glad that I wasn't able to persuade him. I'm glad that I wasn't able to persuade him to let go of it.
I mean, you just heard two there. What's her face, and then Kwai. I mean, these, you know, a lot of people were moved away from this. I think most people were.
Yeah, dude, it was very sobering to see XRP get held back in 2021.
That's why it finally went up.
Yeah, yeah, it finally
it went
got
up because it convinced everybody to look away, and then it made its move.
Yeah, baby.
My smart ass bailed on Cardano in June and decided to roll that into some other coins, which those are doing fine. But now I'm like, oh, it's going to be a Cardano cycle. Shit.
Yep, I got a heavy Cardano. That's half my fucking altcoin bag, man, from 33 cents. Send it, baby. And my next biggest is XRP, and then right behind that is Algorand.
Look at the start to the daily, man. It's a bit. Oof.
Actually, XRP is more. XRP is now worth more than my Cardano. The value is over. No, actually, hold on. Let me see here. It's very close. It's not over yet. It's close though, man. Wow, that's insane. I bought a lot more Cardano than I did XRP. That's insane, man. Unfucking believable. Look at this thing just go.
Yeah, it's wild. XRP's
others is
countering.
Others
the rest
is also
of the market.
almost trying to break new cycle highs, dude. It's almost like right there.
Is there an XRP
Others
dominance
market cap.
chart?
Yes, sir. There is. It's flying.
XRP.D.
I bet you it's ripping. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, it has been for a couple weeks.
That shit. What's next on the list to hunt down for XRP? Like, what position can it flip? Solana? Dude,
yeah, Solana.
Solana's next on the. Yeah.
We're coming for that ass, Solana.
Chasing
Come here,
down
girl.
Solana.
Dude, at one point there, though, Doge was outpacing XRP by a lot. Like, Doge flipped XRP for a minute.
Yeah, XRP had to smack that dog back in its place. Say, sit down, dog.
Oh, yeah. Wait for its second run, man. It's gonna,
wait for
gonna
the
blow it right
wait
back
for the
down.
dog. Wait for the doggy.
Oh yeah, the dog's always there, and it's always coming back running.
Yeah, but man, I love to see BNB get smacked down because I've never really been that interested in the Binance coin. It pissed me off because
that thing is
the mechanism.
It ain't going anywhere. That thing's amazing.
It is good, like as a thing to build on, but I was like, oh, that's so sneaky. They've geared it up so that you have to buy it to get a fee reduction. So it's like there's this forced like way to get people to buy it, and it's like
It's genius.
So it is really smart. Yeah,
Genius.
yeah, it is smart. Do they still? I wonder if they still have that function. Hold BNB to get 50% off your
The
fees.
thing is, you pick up like 50 or $100 to help you with the fees, and then the coin actually does good, and you're like, oh
Yeah.
shit, I actually made some money off this while I was here. Thanks.
That is,
Thanks
yeah,
for
that
forcing
is a
my
beautiful
hand
thing.
and making some money.
Yeah, true that. Yeah. So it's like a positive feedback loop in a way.
The engineering in some of this shit is so slept on, man. It's so slept on. That's what crypto is engineering, man. I mean, it's engineered.
Yeah, like the tokenomics and the mechanics behind it, yeah.
And then they disguise it as some stupid shit where people just pick a funny picture and make some pump and dump. That's what they disguise it as to the regular person. It's insane, man. You talking about psychological? That's a whole nother level.
Yeah, it's definitely the retail draw card kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like a Trojan horse, man. They fucking bring in, the real tech disguised as a meme coin. It's insane.
Yeah. Well, it's so spectacular to see all these other majors pulling back while XRP's like taken up.
Let's go, baby.
It's coming out of Doge, coming out of Shiba, out of Bitcoin, out of ETH, out of Sol, out of, you know, Sand's not a top coin, but yeah, that's pretty cool to see. Rotation.
Mm-hmm.
$31 people in the stream. Smash up the like button, guys.
That 50-cent level on XRP where it built up support on the monthly candles, you just see the way that the monthlies kind of close and open right at that 50-cent level. I hunted that buy target for the swing trade for months. I was in that trade for months. Everybody in here would tell you. And it finally took off. It's my best trade on futures of the year. You can't make this shit up, man.
Yeah, hell yeah. And people that have put in the time definitely deserve their victory lap. So it's great to hear people like, you know, getting those wins from their patience, you know.
Yes, sir.
I love
New
that
York
shit.
regulator to approve Ripple's stablecoin on December 4th. That's 1 hour old news, 2 hour old news. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that a few hours ago. It was reported elsewhere too, because I read that at probably about 4 o'clock. I actually put it in general. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they're gonna have an ecosystem over there at Ripple. Finally, they're gonna have a stable coin and a way to use the ecosystem, which will be great for locking some value up on chain.
Like that pair screener. Crypto pairs. So Waves is up 8% already in the first 17 minutes. OL, NEM or XEM, GLM, FLR, XRP's up there. Very cool. Oh, EOS, interesting. Memefy, MEMEFI, Meme Finance or something. Let's Mars says, just watched dozens of UFOs over the span of about 30 minutes. Rock thinks it was military aircraft.
Wait, what?
I don't know, it's just some comment in my YouTube channel.
They said something about they saw UFOs and they think it may be military?
Yeah, so Grok I think is an AI, is the AI on Twitter. I live right on the military flight training route, so it's possible. Oh yeah, that makes sense, man. They're testing some interesting weapons or aircraft or whatever.
I think what he's trying to say is there's aircraft coming in and we're getting ready to get attacked. That way prices can go down and he can buy it. You know what I mean? Because when you're getting attacked by an enemy, that's when you're thinking about buying crypto. You know what I mean? When you're like getting nukes dropped in your country, you're like, yeah, it's time to buy, man. Fuck it.
I need that aliens meme where the guy's like, aliens,
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Ancient Aliens guy with the fro.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's funny.
Excellent. Dumping.
You said XLM is dumping?
Yeah, like at least in the 5 minutes. Like it took almost half an hour to get up to the highest, and then on the last 3 candles we came back already.
Yeah, it's still sitting up here though, man. It looks pretty strong.
That's where I'd say look at the 1 hour. See if you still think it's dumping.
It just isn't running with XRP right now for whatever reason.
Because XRP is about to dump.
Actually, it kind of was. Never mind.
Okay, look at this. Look at this recovery candle that might be happening right here on, at least on Mudang and Whiff and Slurf. It's like trying to climb back up the dip.
Sounds like you're just making up words.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much meme coins in a nutshell.
Damn. Yo, that's crypto meme coins in 2024. Just made up words with no real utility. I remember last cycle, people would legit be pissed about meme coins, especially Dogecoin. Oh my goodness. People would get angry. Like, get that shit coin off my screen. Don't even talk about shit coins.
I don't know. I got into crypto because of Doge, and I thought Shiba was kind of stupid, but now I have some. Actually, it's one of my bigger bags this go around.
The whole time you were just jealous. And you're like, I'm going to accumulate this at the lows. You're looking at old Sheeb while Doge is ripping. Like, fuck them guys over there. They just copied.
Look at the Ethereum candle on the 15-minute right there. A little bit of a pop.
Yeah, just pop right back up. Let's go.
Yeah. Big pop on Ethereum.
Well, my
Not
big
bad.
thing with Shiba for this cycle was it's on Robinhood. Like, what's on Robinhood? Like, when the market gets real crazy, that's where people start downloading Robinhood and throwing money into it. And like, what's on Robinhood? Because whatever's on Robinhood is going to pump hard at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
Is VChain on Robinhood?
No.
No.
What's Robinhood's email ID?
You gonna contact them and tell them to put it on there?
What's their email? Where's customer support?
That and then other random places that have coins like PayPal. Like, I think all the Litecoin I have is just from someone sending me PayPal money, and I'm just like, oh, there's crypto here. All right, let me pick up some of this.
No, I heard all of you say y'all are bought at the lows and y'all are okay with it going back and all that thing. I mean, obviously y'all won't let that happen, but it's very different for people who bought it in the middle or right here and all that, I mean,
I bought my SHIB. I bought my SHIB right here, and I'm just hanging on to it because it's gonna go.
Yeah, but that's one of the 10. I have 9 which are like at this and 1 which is an up, So I mean, is there any advice for that?
I bought more Bitcoin.
Oh yeah. What's another
Sell it all off. Here, Harain, sell it all off today. Then wake up tomorrow and think about it again. If you change your mind, just buy it back. And then if you change your mind again that day, just sell it off.
Crazy, fuck off, man. This is real money. So talk serious.
The thing is, like the things you've bought that have gone down, the second you sell them, they're gonna pump. Or like you're like, oh, I really wish I'd have bought XLM because it's really pumping. And when XLM has a nice juicy pullback, that's when your coins are like, everything's gonna run unless you bought something really, really obscure. So it's just a matter of patience.
Patience. Who the fuck does that, bro? In the market, I'm here for quick money to get in and get out quickly, and just
Yeah,
constantly take
this
money
is where
from the market.
this is where you're being an ass. Fucking, I waited for 3 years. You know that.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm not even saying you. I'm saying just in
Don't
general.
talk around
Yeah.
when money and important shit questions are,
And Rain, I think you're still early. I think this like pump up to 99K was like the first alarm clock for the bull run cycle, and a lot of people hit snooze 3 times before they wake up in the morning. So
Fucking hey, dude.
that's where you are. There's going to be more alarm clocks that are going to go off before like the day the bull cycle even gets started. I mean, it is started, but it's just barely started.
Because like how you said that the March, the dump that we had from March really, had like fucking put PTSD in everybody's brains, man.
That's what it's there for. What do you think they did it for, man?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So how to, like, any advice how to play it? I know, I mean, just wait is, the best thing to do.
You're tripping out right now, brother. You're in perfect position. Relax. You don't need to do a whole lot of things. Less is more.
In a couple months, you'll look back at how you were stressed out this week and think it's kind of funny.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Unless
over the next year, you're gonna be glad that you were positioned and exposed.
What?
Over the next year, I'm pretty confident that over the next year, you're gonna be glad that you were positioned and exposed to the market rather than take your money out just to get it back early.
Yeah, but every time matches comes in and starts talking about 30% dump, it's like
But that's what he does. He's trying to get you to capitulate, dude.
I think what it is matches. I mean, he's got a valid point though. We're gonna have 30% corrections, I'm sure, and maybe even deeper. But the thing is I think matches kind of got rid of his whole portfolio in anticipation of a dump, and he's probably really emotionally attached to that result needing to happen.
Yeah, I mean, but like, the March dump also kind of put that dent in your head. You know what I'm saying, right?
But yeah, but that was from an unusual kind of little mini bull run, and like like was said earlier, that was just a retracement for the bear market. That was just kind of a natural part of the bear market. It retraced harder than it usually does. That was unusual for BTC to post an all-time high like that. But that's just part of the market, and that was still part of the bear market, so that shouldn't freak you out.
Yep.
You're at the bottom of the bull market now, and it's a whole different thing. Like you'll see over the next few months, like even when there's a bad week, and then all of a sudden within 7 days you've just blown right past that bad week you've had and moved up well above it. You're gonna be like, damn.
I can tell this guy's seen a bull market. You've
Yeah,
seen
it's
a bull
totally
market,
different
haven't you?
environment.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got in like during the DOGE craze in 2021, like April, I guess, maybe March.
Damn, I got in at the same time. How the fuck did you end up making money?
Because he sold.
Yeah, I mean, I sold at the top, and I didn't know enough. Like, I just, dude, seriously, everything I learned from crypto, I learned from Rick being on Tame's channel, and then eventually I got in Rick's Discord. I wound up being a mod over there, but it's just a matter of like, and it was like, it can't just go up forever. Like, there's going to be pullbacks, and respecting pullbacks as being a healthy part of the market. Like, I understood that concept very quickly. And so I didn't panic when the market went down. And after I saw that happen a couple times and price go back up, I'm like, oh, okay, that's just what the market does. So like when there's a pullback now during a bull cycle, it doesn't freak me out or bother me. During the bear cycle is different. When price drops, I'm like, okay, we're almost getting to the opportunity zone to buy. I mean, it's a totally different thing in the bear market.
I mean, I'd not even heard of bear market till we were fucking 80% down in my portfolio. because everybody was still saying 30K, 0.5 will go up. I mean, it was like insane, man. Like that, drop from 69K to 35, 30K. Oh, this is still a healthy place to be. It's okay. It's just 0.5.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You've got to, like, everybody who's talking on here, you have to, like, very quickly figure out, like, oh, okay, this is one of those people that thinks we're at the top now, or this is one of those people that thinks it's going to, and I might sound like somebody who thinks there's going to be a super cycle, the way I'm like, oh, I'm not selling anything right now. And I don't really think there's going to be a super cycle, but you've got to kind of understand the different mentalities that people will have. So when you hear someone saying something, you're not just like, oh my God, we're going to zero. You're like, oh, this is somebody who is very fearful of losing money at the top or hanging a bag at the top. You just kind of have to evaluate everything you're hearing and analyze it in terms you understand instead of taking their word for it. If you take everyone's word for it, like if I said right now, like, all right, I'm buying some XRP, and you bought some XRP, and then tomorrow I sell it because I was just doing a real quick trade, and then 3 weeks from now you're like, hey, Kettle, when are you selling your XRP? I'm still in it. And I'm like, oh shit, dude, like I sold that immediately. Like, and Rick always stressed this, like, don't follow people and the trades you see them making.
It's the context,
because
man.
you need to look at the chart and understand where you are comfortable getting in a trade so that you understand when you want to get out of it. Because if someone, and that's this time of year, I'm sure there's people at Thanksgiving, hey man, you need to buy Bitcoin, you should buy Bitcoin, man, buy some Bitcoin. Okay, how many people got told on Thanksgiving to buy Bitcoin, did buy it, and they have no idea about selling the top or taking profits or selling before we get to the top so they don't wind up upside down a year from now? And that's where it's dangerous. Like you have to kind of listen to everything and weed out what's good information and bad information, and ask questions if you're not sure.
So the
But that's the
person
thing
that
is those
warns,
people become exit liquidity, and then when they graduate, they become like what we are.
the person that warns of the top every single day does not help. You're not gonna hear about the top from those people that warn you of the high, like give you a warning every day. It's like, cool, it's kind of losing its effect now, like, because I hear it every day. So you got to be pretty damn sure about it when you're talking about tops. Like you're looking back on a top, by the way. You're not guessing it on the day.
Calling local tops is easier if you have resistance on the left to reference,
if you're playing the
or
5-minute chart, yeah. Like
not even the 5-minute chart. I called a lot of daily pivots on during that 7-month consolidation that ended up playing out.
That's
heavily.
great for swings.
But now that we're in price discovery, it's like who's to say? You know what I mean? So I think this is a good time to practice looking for like the signals that there's going to be an intermediate change in trend. And I'm not saying people come in and they try to call oh, that's the top of the market. It's like, you have no idea if it is or not. You're just guessing and throwing the dart in the fucking dart.
Right? A broken clock is correct twice a day. It's like they'll eventually,
you could try to
every day, they'll eventually be right.
Yeah, I mean, you can look for signals that there's going to be some sort of short-term reversal that could last maybe a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks or something. But I mean, typically, once we get into these crazy crypto bull markets, the retracements usually don't last more than a couple of weeks at most. I'd say, in my experience. So, depending on what you're trading, of course, but it's really more like, what I'm suggesting is this might be a good time to sort of try to practice looking for what the signals of a short-term trend reversal would look like to the downside. So if we start putting in lower highs and it's like, oh, okay, well, I'm feeling kind of confident that the price is gonna, I don't know how low it's gonna go, or even if it's gonna go back to my entry, but it's putting in a lower high here and it's overbought, yada yada, bearish divergence, whatever you want to say. or whatever you're looking for in order to look for a signal, and you say, okay, like I'm comfortable taking like just a little tiny portion off here, and just practice like being able to let go of a little bit of it at a time. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like practice letting go of portions of a position. Just do it in tiny bits at a time, because then you'll be able to look back and be like, all right, so did it go down further after I sold it, or did it go up higher in, like, you know, immediately? You know, and then that's where you kind of sort of get that training in like the feeling of like, okay, like it's put in a lower high, looks like it's losing momentum. Like, should I take some off here? And you kind of gain that sort of, once you see it over and over again, you sort of start to gain that instinct the next time it happens, so that when we do actually start to put in a macro top, you'll be able to much more effectively like recognize it and, you know, execute like your plan accordingly. Because you're practicing, you know what I mean? I mean, you could even do it with paper trading. If there's something that you're holding on spot, see what it would look like if you were to sell. Like, if you're like, oh, well, okay, I think it's going down. Like, see what it would look like if you put in a short position and see if, you know, if it would, like, overnight even. See if the price would have dropped from where your entry was, or if it went higher than where your entry was. If you're doing it on paper trading, you don't have to worry about any money whatsoever anyway. But I would say if it's just tiny portions of a position that you hold that's in decent profit, tiny portions like aren't going to really hurt you either way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like you kind of practice it, like getting in the habit of taking profit, like psychologically you get in the habit, but you ultimately don't want to shave too heavy until we have way more like confirmation that, you know, a macro top is in. That would be my suggestion.
So the way,
whether you do it with tiny portions of your positions or even just on paper trading, that would be my suggestion for people to try to practice that, getting in that psychological mindset.
Yeah. Waiting for confirmation means you probably will miss the head of the top of the bull run, like, because you're waiting for evidence, you know, and you look back on the evidence, you look back on the candles that have printed, you know, and the averages that have crossed down, and the, you know, the Kumo twists that happen and stuff like that.
But I mean, at the end of the day, we're trading probabilities here. So when you look at a chart and it's in an uptrend, like, you know, an aggressive macro uptrend, the probability is that it's going to continue going up and going higher. But, you know, when it starts to show signs that it might be reversing, it might not actually be reversing. Like, you know, it might just be trying to trick people or whatever, or some sort of distribution is happening so that the price can drop to another reaccumulation or so that it can build steam to go higher. But it's like you want to look for, like, okay, what is the most probable, and that's the only way to sort of pinpoint the, like, if it starts to become more probable that the price is going to continue going down from where it's at, it's okay to miss the exact top because you didn't know when it was anyway. Like, there's no way of knowing when it is anyway, so it's okay if you don't, like, sell at the exact top, because it's like you kind of want that confirmation to be like, oh, well, all right, the probability has now flipped to the side of it's more probable that it's going down now. And at the root of it, at the root of trading, the reason they say to buy dips in an uptrend and sell the lower highs in a downtrend, like, or the idea that Rainer Tal puts out, people like Rainer Tal, he says, in an uptrend, you look for opportunities to buy. In a downtrend, you look for opportunities to sell. And the reason that's powerful is because at the root of trading, when you buy something, you're buying with intentions of that asset going up in value. When you sell something, you're selling with intentions of that asset going down in value. That's really like a root principle of trading.
Pretty much.
No one's debating that.
Complicated. The shit that complicates it is all the emotions, man, that you'll go through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I could say, like, for me, like, this isn't my stance, by the way, but I could say, hey, I think Bitcoin's going to go down here, so I'm going to sell some Bitcoin. But if I think Bitcoin's going to continue to go up from here, why would I sell it? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I might not want to buy it, but if I did believe, hey, it's going to go up from here, then I might as well buy it. The thing is that I don't like at this point, I haven't seen enough to say like, hey, it's just gonna fucking charge right up from here. You know what I mean? So I don't necessarily want to buy it, but I haven't seen enough evidence to suggest that it's gonna go down. So like certainly not to my average entry.
What on
Yeah,
future?
I haven't even. No, I'm saying in my spot account, like there is nothing.
You're already ready. You're already fully loaded though in spot, right? You already got what you want, or you're still looking for more.
I mean, not really more. I'm not going to buy more Bitcoin until it goes down to the mid to low 70s. If it does, then I'll buy more. But if it doesn't, then I just won't buy more. So the thing is like, but I'm not going to sell it because there's no evidence whatsoever yet to suggest that it would go down as low as my average entry.
Yeah, last bull cycle, I did a lot of like when I saw us hitting resistance and RSI getting topped out and stuff like that, I would sell 10% and then buy back in a little bit lower. Like sometimes I would catch the bottom of the quick retracement or, you know, shorter term retracement. Sometimes I'd catch that retracement 50% of the way through or whatever. But I was kind of exponentially growing my bag as we went up in the bull cycle by doing that. And that took watching the charts every day. And so I just have a slightly different strategy this year. And I've heard discussion of like, oh, is it worth like messing up your average? Like, you know, if you see, like if you knew Bitcoin was going to bounce off 100,000 and pull back down to 90, like is it worth selling 10% and buying back in at 90 and raising your average? Like it actually is. Like you're getting a discount on what you just sold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll end up with more coins is the thing.
That's right.
But for the same money, without having to inject more fiat, like to increase your investment, like with the same money that you originally invested, you could end up with more coins by doing that. So in a bull market setting, it's like I feel like your average doesn't really matter. It's how many coins you have that matters.
Correct.
Yeah, I think the average makes you feel all warm and cozy when you get 2, 3, 4x away from it because you're like, oh, it's nice and safe. We're never going to retrace all the way down to there.
Yeah, I'm not going to lose money.
Yeah, which is true. But when you were at 2x, you were pretty excited about that. Now you're at 4x. Your average can kind of slowly follow you up as you sell on peaks and buy dips to increase your coin. Yeah.
Totally.
Well, so I mean, let's say just like taking this as an example here. Like I was saying that I wouldn't want to buy Bitcoin until it went to at least the mid to low 70s, right? So, and that's when I would consider buying again. Well, if we go down that far, like let's say 72, which I'm not even suggesting that just yet. If we go down that low, and then I would be prepared to, you know, probably buy some there just to increase my holdings. But then if we came back up and bounced like and put a lower high in like between like 89 and 90K, you know, then I would be starting to feel a little bit concerned and be like, okay, well, this looks like it could be suggesting that you know, a more significant top is in, like maybe not even a cycle top, but like a more significant top that lasts a while.
Right now, Bitcoin's
then I would
facing a
consider
very
selling a little
important level, guys. There's a trend line here that Bitcoin's coming down to, and if it loses that trend line, damn, that could be a little sobering for now. As in, because we're all, you know, ambitiously looking toward 100K right now, and even just the all-time high. So yeah, watch this.
I really
line,
doubt
man.
it's gonna do it tonight. I feel like it's gonna fuck around in here between like, you know,
Oh, I wouldn't
90,
be surprised.
91 and 99 for fucking
Right.
a couple weeks, honestly.
Yeah, wouldn't be.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be
Kawhi,
surprising.
what you're saying, like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like every time you take a trade, you increase your risk. So it's a matter of balancing whether that risk is worth it to that individual person or not, you know?
Yeah, and it's probabilities too. It's like, okay, so if I buy at 72 and it comes up, gets rejected by 90, I'm still in the profit. I could sell just what I bought at 72. I don't have to sell my whole bag. I could sell just what I bought at 72 if it looks like the probabilities of it becoming a more significant top have increased. And that's all trading is. It's just probabilities. Like the idea that some one thing is more probable to happen than another. And even then, still you could be like, oh, there's like a 70% probability that it's going to go down, or 80% probability it's going to go down, and it still fucking goes up. You know, you never know. The market does weird things, and you know what else is that the market is designed to fool most of the people most of the time.
Designed to make you lose money.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, honestly, it's just a bunch of people trying to take money from each other. So it's like, it actually is designed to take your money. Like, there's people out there that are trying to take your money, and you're trying to take some of theirs. That's what's trading. You're trading. Like, hey, I'll trade you these coins for this amount of money. Like, or this amount of shares for this amount of money, you know, like, you make a deal. It's a negotiation, you know, so to be pissed off if you end up selling in the red, it's like, hey, that's where you negotiated the transaction. You sell in the red and you see it rip up after that. It's like you chose to sell to somebody there that wanted to buy for that many at that price. So it's like you negotiated that yourself. You know, it's not necessarily
True.
yeah. Like, you were part of that negotiation. It's not like somebody else made the decision for you.
And they didn't come to your house and talk you into it.
Right. I mean, like, I'm not going to neglect the fact that some people in the space are, you know, they're, you know, some very wealthy people that could have, you know, really like a lot of money or really large holdings can influence the price to some degree. And when they influence the price, it messes with people's emotions for one, but also their logic. And they like, when they influence the price, it's almost like persuading someone to buy or sell when they do that. So you can say they're just trying to persuade you into either buying or selling at one point or another. And it's all part of the game. It's a chess match, you know. It's like you're playing a game, you're making interactions, you're negotiating with people you can't even see, that you'll never meet. Or robots. Like, fucking most of the shit is just trading bots anyway, honestly. You're negotiating with fucking AI.
Which are tools of people. So it's still people.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, people still in it, they put in the money and the capital, but it's like they're not actually thinking. They just leave it to like a machine or a program to do all the dirty work, the code, like using, because it's just pure logic. There's no emotion involved in that.
It's pure parameters.
Honestly, the more
Yep. It's like, if this then that, if this then that. Simples.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, man, Bitcoin, very cautious point on this trend. So this would be more advice to people playing swings at the moment, like, you know, inside of a couple of days or inside a few hours, like positions like that. If Bitcoin loses this trend line, there could be a bit of a red day on the cards.
Which isn't the end of the world.
No, it's not. It's obviously not the end of the cycle or anything like that. This is just for the short-term guys and girls out there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know why people keep bringing up the idea of the end of the cycle, because it's so far-fetched.
It's very big time frame stuff. It's just, it is. I think it's important to stress the context of time frame, because it can get confusing.
I mean, this is what I was saying probably about a week ago. Maybe not even a week, maybe even just a few days ago, when Bitcoin fell to, like, I was like, oh, it should, like, ideally it should hold between 91 and 92K, right? And then if you really look at it, it's like Bitcoin's gonna do what it always does. Most likely it's gonna do what it always does, go sideways. You know, it comes in, it finds some sort of peak, it goes sideways and consolidates in a range before making its next move, whether that next move is up or down. And that gives the altcoins the freedom to run, which is exactly what we've been seeing over the past couple of days.
There's a bit of activity.
That's where altcoins shine. If Bitcoin's sideways and dominance is going down, altcoins are going to rip. Like, that's where they feel comfortable. That's the perfect environment for them to actually try to make moves and claim ground and gain some confidence back, you know?
Yeah, and it's fun on the days where Bitcoin's not doing good, but alts are ripping, and then there's the times where Bitcoin doesn't do good and alts go with it, but exponentially, and those days just suck. But you just got to know, like, it's just part of the process.
Yeah, well, I mean, as long you can kind of calculate it to some degree. If it's in a range, it's fine as long as it adheres to that range. But as long as Bitcoin's not absolutely fucking dumping, and dominance is not ripping, like Bitcoin dominance is not ripping, then all should be fine. They should just like, that sort of gives them the go ahead to act natural, you know, and try to establish a trend organically, like without the influence of Bitcoin. But yes, I do agree. If Bitcoin just starts dumping for whatever reason and starts losing levels, and the Bitcoin dominance starts skyrocketing, yeah, the alts are gonna have a bad time.
And then you go through phases where things are doing their own thing, and then you get into a rut where it just does whatever Bitcoin does, and you're like, oh my god, this is gonna be a grind for a little while.
Well, the best part of the market is that, you know, no matter what the circumstance, as long as it's not just completely flat and sideways, there's typically always, no matter what like sort of circumstances, it's trending up, it's trending down, it's trending sideways, there's usually an opportunity to make money somewhere. Like, with all of the different options that we have, there should be an opportunity to make money somewhere if you take action on it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you're doing all the different options, like I don't ever short anything. I don't even think I have an exchange where I can short anything. So that's not an option for me. It's not an option I'm really interested in. I just do normal old spot trading going up.
I mean, you could definitely find an exchange. Like, if you wanted to, you could seek out a way to short if you really wanted to. If you have no interest in it, then there's no point. But if you did, you could find a way.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just don't really have interest in it. I like trading the way I trade. I've been pretty successful, and that's why, like, this cycle, I'm like, I'm not gonna go in here and try to like totally change up my game plan. I was pretty successful. Like, I'm using a couple tools a little bit more in TradingView than I did before, but other than that, I'm kind of doing the same thing. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, I am finding ways. I'm like, oh, okay, so this tool shows me something I saw through something else, and when I see it in both, that's like double confirmation. That's good.
So you're only doing spot trades, Kettle?
Yep.
Like you have spot bags and then you're just doing spot trades on the side.
No, I mean I'm pretty much. I haven't. I think I might have bought. So I pretty much had like all my positions set up a while ago, and then I have. What did I add? Like this year, I added render, XLM, XRP, and Pepe. And like I probably won't touch those for a while. Like I'm not like, oh, we're up 10%, let me sell this and look for something else. Like I'm in this for the long haul.
So you've just bought everything and now you're just sitting and watching it, right? That's it. So you're not trading or anything.
No, I'm not actively entering or exiting the market at the moment. I'm in.
I love that approach, man. I'd like to be at that point. I think I'll always dabble with futures, but I'd like to be less honed in on the charts. You know, the more as I grow in this industry, I'll be away from the computer more. That's the goal.
Yeah, and I work from home, so I still sit and look at the charts all day, every day, even through the bear market. But I'm like, it's not like overly concerned, like, oh, if I miss something, I'm going to lose money, or like, you know what I mean? It's
right. You're not a freak. You have a practical approach.
Yeah. And my thing is, like, when I first got into it last cycle, like I was trying to do that a little bit. Like I'd be like, oh my God, I made 20%. Let me sell it. Let me take that money. And then you like go to try to re-enter, and your next re-entry is shit and gets upside down for a while. And that's why it's like, no, if you can just kind of build your position, if you're pretty confident the market's going to go up overall, even if I go down 20, 30% in something, which I did over the last 6 months or a year, most of those are, you know, well in profit now. But I didn't freak out about it because I have faith in where the market's going to go this cycle. And like I've said, like the more you're entering and exiting, the more risk you're taking. And especially like that first bull cycle, I definitely was like, oh, this coin is just not moving. It's only up 3% in the last 3 weeks, and something else is going crazy. And I'd sell that and roll it into the other one. And maybe the other one would keep going, but then the one I just got out of like really took off, and it's like, shit. And so sometimes you miss opportunities chasing other opportunities.
Yep. You're one of the only people in here that I've heard say that, and that's exactly how I feel. It's like the more you take, the more you're in and out, the more of a risk it is. Period.
I just want to put this
the
out
amount
here.
of sense that Pedal is talking. Like I haven't like heard so much rational sense talked from other people in such like a while, man. It's good to have you in here, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely a good addition.
Yeah, and I mean the other thing is when you really get in the bull cycle, even if you really think like you're coming up on resistance and RSI is topped out, and you're like, all right, let me sell 30% of this and buy it when we get lower in a day or a week or 3 weeks. You just never fully know during the bull cycle. That coin could go up 50%, and now that 30% you sold is just left in cash. Like it's not doing anything. So that's why like this cycle I'm more way long term. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna let it ride.
Yep, amen, bro. I'm right there with you.
On the 15-minute, the Bitcoin is sort of lacking on some volume a little bit, so that's not a great sign. But hopefully it picks up a little more soon within the next couple candles. But what I want to say was I just want to throw this out there. If you're not like a professional trader, it's not a good idea to try to play musical chairs. You know, because like the thing is, and we're like let's be real, like we are retail traders, you know. So
yeah, we're enthusiasts.
Yeah. If you're like even if you're like a professional trader, you're like, and you have backing of money, like capital from like either clients or like a firm or something. You know what I mean? You can kind of have enough. You can kind of have wiggle room to hedge your bets or make certain calls or whatever. But it's like and really like sort of the definition, like in simple terms, like of a professional is, you know, someone who practices a skill or you know, some kinds of service, you know, in exchange for money. Now, like me personally, like the trading is the slight majority of my income. You know what I mean? But I still have other sources of income. Like, but the thing is, it's like we're not like working for a firm or something like that, or like a hedge fund or anything like that. Like, we don't have the backing from like a company. Like, we don't work for someone that deals with just trading. Like, we're retail traders, so it's like we're not like professional traders, and so it's not a great idea to be trying to play musical chairs, you know, in a market environment like this. If you're holding, it's like you're investing independently, you know. So to think that we're gonna nail it, like it's not smart or wise to think that you'll nail every pivot and end up with more coins or more cash, and then more cash and allocate it to the next thing that's gonna rip. Like, you can't catch every pivot on every coin or every stock or whatever. And having said all that, even the professionals are still wrong a lot of the time. They miss out on moves, or they miss out on the majority of the move or whatever, or they make a bad call and they swap one thing that continues to go up for another thing that doesn't go up and actually goes down. So it's like even some of the best traders in the world are still wrong, as much as like 70% of the time they're still wrong. So I mean, for us to say, like, as humble retail traders, like, I would say that for people like us, it's not wise to like try to play musical chairs at this stage in the game. Like, that's just my opinion.
Yep. And that's why I've got my portfolio spread among 16 coins, because I don't know, like, I know in the bull cycle everything's probably going to go up, and, you know, out of my 16, maybe one doesn't. Maybe Harmony is the one that looks like maybe it's going to do something after getting hacked years ago, and maybe that one's just going to remain a stinker. But I've got 16 coins because I'm hoping one or two of them 10x's, and then a handful of them 5x, and then if the rest 1.5 or 2x, like, I'm kind of spread out so I can play those odds, and like, if we were all experts, we'd all just own the one coin we knew was going to go crazy, you know?
Right, exactly. I mean, I diversify, like, I'm really well diversified, so I have like a lot of different coins, and I'm not expecting them to all do something spectacular, but it would be nice if a majority of them did at least a 5x, and then, you know, a good handful of them did a 10x, and then, you know, maybe like a few of them did fucking, you know, 25, 50x, and then if only a couple of them do 100x, I'm good. You know, but I'm not expecting every single coin I own to do 100x. That's just like that's totally unrealistic.
What's left, Kwai? Fucking 5x, 10x, 25x, 50, 100. You counted everything. So what's left? What coin is left to do nothing?
The thing, yeah, but I think.
Yeah. I mean, some of them.
I think you've seen some coins like 2 and 3 and 4x, and you think it's done. It's not done. Most of those coins are just getting started. Like, I think that maybe that's what's scaring you, is like you're looking for all these coins that are still at the very, very bottom because you think the ones that have run already are done. I think most of those are just getting started, so don't let that scare you off.
Thank you.
Yeah, and hearing, I'm sure that there will be a couple of them that really do absolutely nothing. But in this market, like especially with crypto market, like, I don't think it's too unrealistic to see, like, not everything, but almost anything do like a 5x is still like pretty realistic. You know, depending on the market cap and what kind of project it is.
Just price action on Bitcoin right now, it's starting to slip on that trend line. Starting to lose it.
We're going to zero.
Yeah, bit of a pullback.
And Rain, you'll see like 2 months from now when you're in profit and all these coins you're in the negative on right now, there'll be someone else who comes in here and goes, "Oh, I'm too late," and you're gonna be like, "Oh, I remember when I thought I was too late a couple months ago, and here I am sitting pretty."
I'll tell him to sell everything and go 100x. But yeah, you're right. Hopefully you're right.
Yeah,
You know, in
yeah.
2 months.
I'm hoping that. I mean, I'm sure there will be a couple coins that I hold that do nothing, but I'm hoping that it's very few of them. You know, like I'm hoping it's the vast minority that do nothing.
Yeah, I guess we all are hoping that same for everything, right? I mean, let's wish for the best.
Yeah, Reef is my throwaway coin. I was like, all right, let me find something that looks good on the charts. This was months ago. That is like a really small market cap, has something good on the charts going for it. And I don't even know how I found Reef, but I found that and I was like, all right, this looks good. And I think I'm down like 40% from where I actually bought it. And I'm like, I don't care. This is the coin I bought in case this coin happens to like 1000x. And that one I was kind of thinking like, well, this one's probably going to go to 0, but who knows, you know?
Man, I have a lot of coins like that, and I got a real bad horror story on Reef specifically. I don't know if you were around the last time I told it. I'm not going to repeat it again because I think a lot of people
moving it around and
yeah, dude. Horror story to the max. What were you going to say, Crazy?
In August when we got that drop though, I immediately thought to myself, okay, I didn't expect this fully, but what I can do now is change my plan a bit. And it went from, I have everything I want, I'll only add to those positions on a massive drop, to I'm going to focus on 4 to 8 coins that I think have top 50 potential that are not in the top 200. And that's what I did. I honed in on 5 to 8, and I really settled on about 6 and went pretty hard on them. You know, all the futures money, most of the futures money I made during that time, I just kept loading it into there and buying more spot. I took money out from trades and legacy as well, put them in that as well. And if I just get one or two that go from being, you know, under 500 billion market cap to 20 billion, if I get one, then that'll make my whole bull market. You know what I mean? And that's aside from my large amount of blue chips that I bought in 2022, late 2022 as well. So I just changed my objective a bit. I think that was a really good strategic move on my end, looking back now, because they're running pretty aggressively. But I was in the red, man, on like 3 of them, like up to 40% in the red. And I would just keep shoveling money in, almost like a DCA. Bring the averages down. Now those average prices look spectacular.
Scared money don't make no money.
Fucking A, man.
Yeah, and it's funny, I'm looking at Reef and I'm down 28% right now, and I'm like, oh, this is a small bag. I could DCA this sucker all the way down to current price. And I'm like, no, I don't know. Although it still does look good to me. It looks like it could go. And it hasn't, but it hadn't even broken the 236 fib. So like I'm getting dirt cheap still. And it's like, all right, hold on, Kettle. Was this just your throwaway bag in case it does go crazy, or are you going to start throwing money into this to DCA it down, and then it looks like your other bags when that's not what you intended to do in the first place?
Yeah.
Right.
And I saying that out loud, I'm like, I don't know what the answer is to that.
It's a tough question because you can do well with both, I think. If you were to add to it or if you were to just leave it alone, I think both are wise decisions. That's why it's complicated. You know, leaving it alone is underrated. Like just leaving all this shit alone in general. Don't play with it. Don't sell it. Don't buy more. Just leave it and let it run.
Well,
I have to tell myself that all the time, man. Like just relax. Don't throw money in. I have to tell myself. You don't need to be putting that much in. Just easy and steady is very. If you keep an easy, steady approach, for me, it's worked better. Just being easy and steady instead of very aggressive.
Explain that in a little more common way. Crazy.
What's that?
What you just said, like don't what you just said, like don't put in something or what?
Oh, like for a DCA method, like being less aggressive and more steady and easy.
Yeah. Like leave it alone, don't do much.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be able to tell yourself it's a self-control thing, right? It's like, okay, I'm going to leave this and just wait and let it do what it needs to do. And then if you wait long enough in this market, whatever you want to see happen probably will happen, whether if it's you want it to go down a little bit more or go up a little bit more or whatever, everything in between. That opportunity will present itself if you wait long enough, undeniably. So I would just wait. You know, at one point in August when we had that flush, I pounced like for the next month because everything sold off back to the lows. To me, I thought about it logically for a day. I said, okay, everything just plunged back to the lows. In 6 months, this could look like a W. If it's a double bottom or a retest high or low, we've seen this in the past. I'm telling myself this, and I said, I need to go. This is my moment to be aggressive. If I want to add to current positions, which I did, and also create new positions. But instead of being, it's all a timing thing, right? So if I wasn't very aggressive in August and September, and then I waited for things to go up a little bit more, and then I became aggressive, that would have been being off put. You know what I mean? You would have wanted, it's ideal to do it the other way around. Like when a really dramatic, because that was a dramatic sell, that was the largest liquidation event we ever saw, double FTX. Like in a 3-day period in August, we doubled FTX liquidations. So it was a massive event. And I knew that after looking at the data, seeing how bad it was, I said, this is the time to pounce. And then from there, I watched it, the bottom develop. We all did. And when it goes up, you're not really looking as aggressive, right? You try to temper your buys and just take your time, man. Like steady. Don't be a freak. Don't be every time it does something like I need to make adjustments. I need to. Less is more for me.
Yeah, and the other thing is like when you find a coin you like, don't just if you're like I got $100, let me find a coin. Don't just throw $100 at it. Throw 25 at it, let it sit for a little while, see if the coin goes up or down. If it goes down, then you can buy with another $25 and lower your average. Then if it keeps going down, but you're still feeling good about the coin, then you can throw that last $50 at it and move your average down even more. And a lot of people think like DCA going up like isn't as great, but it's same thing. Like you can buy a coin if it goes up and you're like, shit, I should have put more into it. Then put some more into it. It's just slowly moving your average up, as price is going up. So you can work your way in. So I'm sharing my screen for my algo chart, and I'll show you the buys I did on this. Because I thought back in February, was it February? Oh no, maybe it was here in April. I thought it was looking good. So this first small buy I did was at 20 cents. And then I did the same amount down here at like 17 cents and lowered my average. I think that's what this solid green line is. And then as price really went down further, I did a third buy down here, and this buy was 2 or 3 times bigger than the first buys, but it brought my average down to 14.5 cents.
Beautiful.
So that's another way. And I think I kind of learned that from Static last bull run. Like he would put lines on his chart. He wouldn't put dollar amounts, but he would say, okay, this first limit buy is 20%. One a little bit further under it is 35%. One further under it is 65% or something like that. And usually that last one was like, and I actually did that a lot last bull market. And the cool thing was like, you could see like a coin you wanted was getting ready to have a pullback. So you're like, all right, let me set some limit buys. And if this thing falls, it's probably going to fall to my first limit order. And if that's as far as it goes, good. Like I'll DCA into it on the way up. Or, maybe it'll go down a little further. Some of the times I actually caught it where like a coin would go down hard and bounce right back up. So it was just the wick that actually hit my bottom big order. And it would bounce back up almost to my top order. So it filled all 3 orders. I was all in, but price was already back up to where I just wanted to enter a little bit because, being afraid of a drop. So there's lots of advantages to doing it that way.
So you wouldn't take like some money out in case it goes down further? When it comes back to your price of, like you said.
No, because like, let's say, if you think of it as, I want to put 100% of some value in. So like if it was $100 and this is a $30 order, or let's go $25 order, $25 order, $50 order. My goal in the end was to have a $100 position in this coin. I just didn't want to go all in on the first buy, because that way I have the dry powder. So if it goes down, I can lower my average. Then if it goes down again, and it helps if you do larger buys, the further you go down, it helps you move your average further with each buy. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so like here, let me give you an example. Let's say like, oh, this looks like a downtrend. Or, I mean, I'd actually argue this looked a little bit like a bull flag. But maybe this, you know, you thought price was going to drop here, and you're like, maybe you think it's only going to drop to the bottom right here. So you say, all right, I'm not in this coin. This looks good. It looks like it's going to drop. I'm going to place a buy order right here. And if it falls, I'm going to buy $20 of the 100 I want invested. But then you could also do, I don't think it's going to fall this far, but in case it does, I'm going to do another $20 there. And then I really don't think it's going to fall this far, but I'll do the remaining 60 here. And look at what it did on that day. It dropped, it filled this buy order, it filled this buy order, it filled this buy order. So you're fully in for the full amount you wanted, but it also bounced and closed back up here. So that's like, when people try to chase wicks, they're like, oh, I think it's going to wick down to here, and they put their whole buy, like they think maybe it's going to go down to here, they put their whole buy here, and then it doesn't hit it, and price bounces back up, and you got left behind. But this way you have a chance, you know, you can kind of scatter your buys. So if there's a pull, like I really want to get in on this coin, but I don't want to get in at this price. So I'm going to set a buy, you know, you can do it anywhere, and say, you know, I like it at 18 cents. So I'll do 20% of what I want to buy there. And, you know, it'd be even better at 15 cents or 10 cents. So you scatter your buys so that you're not rushing into a position. You're doing if the market goes down there and fills my bag, I would like to have this coin. But otherwise, I'm just going to stay out of it. And you can get surprised that way by it, you know, coming down further than you thought and still filling your bag.
So the entire bear market you were out once you sold at the top? You didn't re-enter anywhere at any point?
No, I bought all my Doge from November of 2022 to I think April of 2023. Like, so I was buying during the bear market. For the most part. Like, I thought I was done, and then like this year, as I started seeing what coins were doing, I added 4 or 5 coins. Like Algo is one of them. I actually bought Algo to fund a team trip. We had a work trip, and I'm a contractor, and some of my coworkers are contractors, so we had to actually pay to like go on this trip. Our client didn't pay for it, and so I told some of my coworkers, I was like, let me find a coin and just throw $100 at it, like $50 for each of you. And then I think I threw in $100. I was like, let me just find a coin, like if it hits, you guys will owe me $50 and then I'll give you the profit on it. So I actually bought this just like speculation to see if I could raise money by September to like pay for some of our trip. And that's why that's why on this one I actually had the small buys that I did, because like it wasn't going to be a big position. This wasn't going to be a long-term bag. And then as I saw price move, I was like, oh, this is actually a bag I want to keep. And that's why I averaged it down here. But that first buy was up here. And
That's funny. What a story. That's
right?
funny.
Isn't that weird?
That'd be a good one if it ends up doing really, really well. That'd be hilarious.
So far, it is. This is Algorand.
Yeah. I think it's gonna do great. It's one of my biggest bags. I mean, it's not even in price discovery though yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
crazy.
already up 190% on something I was just kind of screwing around with as a joke with coworkers and be like, maybe I can finance our trip with crypto.
Fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, I'm up a little over 400% on mine. My average is 11 cents, so I was buying it pretty heavily. Even I got some buys at 8 cents reluctantly. I thought 10 was going to be the bottom, but we ended up going a little bit lower. I got some buys there, and it's been great, man.
Looks like the high of the day for Bitcoin, it kind of more or less rejected off of this point of control in the VPVR.
Yep, that's where I got my short.
98,000.
Look in general.
Yeah.
For me, it was 98.1 for my point of control. I'm on Binance though, 98.3 give or take.
I
got
mean,
it at
if you move the chart around, then it's gonna fucking. Oh, you've got the fixed range. I'm looking at visible range.
Ah, I see. I got you.
But yeah, in a new range, like if you're speculating if this is going to be a new range, it's probably the better way to go anyway. I just move my chart so that the only candles that it's showing is the ones that are the most recent, like basically above the 90K area. So it kind of more effectively does the same thing, but the fixed range gives you a more defined line to work with. Oh yeah, good play, man.
Yeah, it's a good story. That'll be fun if it develops further.
Thanks, Kevin.
All your coworkers. You know how much that shit's worth now?
Well, and the trip already happened, and it was like not in profit at all. When the trip happened, they were like, "Oh, what happened to that thing?" I'm like, "Oh,
Right."
Like I showed them, like I'll send a Zoom link. Like we usually hang out on Zoom all day. I'll just send it to my personal PC, and I'm like, "Here you go." I show them on the chart where I bought, where it is. And they haven't asked about it in a while, and I'm like wondering if I should bring it up now before it's super crazy profitable, and be like, "Were you really going to give me the $50?" Or they're like, "No, we thought it was funny." I'll be like, "Okay, cool. That's the end of that." Or if
Fucking
I'm like, all right, I want to buy you guys out of yours now. You guys
It
are
was your
both,
money anyway,
I
right?
calculated it earlier. I think they're both, yeah, it was my money, but I think they're both $86 in profit, and then subtract the $50 that I fronted for each of them. So I might throw them each $36 and be like, "Hey, here's your profit," and then they don't ask about it when it's at 10 or 50x.
Even though it's your money, I'd be like, kick rocks. If you want to go buy it yourself.
Right now, and my one coworker probably wouldn't give a damn, but I've got one who's like a kind of whiny little bitch, and
and then you rub it in
"Oh,
extra.
I thought we were still in that with you." Be like, "Yeah,
You rub it in extra then.
your TA was wrong, buddy."
You got it wrong. That's funny. Hell yeah, I'd rub it in extra at that point. That's the best with coworkers too. Oh man, the shit talking. It's the best.
Rick, this is all stuff that I learned from you 3-4 years ago.
Oh yeah? Hell yeah, dude. It's all still relevant.
Yeah, you did a whole night on how to rip off your coworkers. No.
Damn.
Yeah, man. All the shit is just an accumulation of just watching lots of videos, on YouTube, listening to Trading in the Zone by Mike, is it Mark Douglas? Yeah, Mark Douglas.
Mark Douglas, yeah.
Yeah, good book. Yeah, man, reading articles on psychology, lots of Rainer Tao. He's like a TA teacher on YouTube, just basic stuff. Did my fair share of watching scalping strategy videos, and how seeing people back test success rates, that kind of thing. But that's more for day trading, scalping. I don't tend to do that as much, but yeah, it's just an accumulation of just a lot of conversations in here too, just hypothesizing things. But yeah, man, I definitely am still learning. I reckon still developing the muscle of what to do, what to recognize, and how to react. And I reckon you can only continue to improve that too. Like, you never reach the end.
Yeah, I think one of the hard things, especially with like Discords and all the YouTube channels and stuff, is like brand new traders like suddenly have like 8,000 indicators on their chart, and they rely on them so heavily, and they're more worried about like, oh, it's a green dot or it's a red X or things like that, but they don't understand why they're actually doing what they are. So starting with just basic trend lines and maybe the fib and identifying patterns. Yeah. I mean, there's like start with the basics, and because that's what I did with Doge. Like it was mostly trend lines, EMAs, and RSI. And once I really got that understood, then I like started looking at MACD and using Fibonacci's a little bit more. But I'm still pretty basic. Like I don't use much more than that because it works for me, you know. Like you get so inundated, and sometimes the learning curve on these new tools can be kind of steep.
Need some volume to show up somewhere around or above 96.5. We want to see a pivot back up from here, I think. And then ideally you want to probably get past like 97.2, 97.3 area. But so far it's kind of not looking too great, but it doesn't look terrible either.
It's and also another thing with indicators, you got to remember it's always price first. Price and candles, the primary thing that is going on with anything, because indicators will reflect what the price did, not the other way around. The trap is for newbies is that it's the indicators that tell you where the price is going to go. No, it's kind of the other way around. That's why I sort of got used to that. It's like, you know, even though there's bearish divergence on the RSI, it's like sometimes the price will rip through that and ignore it, and it's like, oh, now the RSI has to get back in line with what's going on. But they're still, I guess they're good little temperature checks, these indicators, you know. But most of them just tell you what
especially when you're in price. Especially when you're in price discovery and you have nothing to reference on the left side.
Exactly. That's right.
But they can be either helpful or hurtful.
Yeah. It's just like they're like thermometers, man. It's like it's telling you what you can pretty much get a gist of without the indicator on, you know? It's like we know Bitcoin's been running lately, so of course the RSI is going to be up there.
I mean, I think that
like on pullback, it's the opposite.
Like stuff like support and resistance is obviously like most important, and like trend lines and stuff like that. But if it comes down to like a support line, you want to be checking out like the volume and the oscillators and shit like that to see if there's any confluence there at the support, and it gives you a better idea as to whether it's going to bounce from that support or if it's going to end up chewing through it and falling through it, you know?
Yeah, it can help. It can help you just get confidence in a decision that you're thinking of making as well, I guess.
I mean, it can give you just more of an educated guess. So it's all usually just a guess anyway, but it's more of an educated guess when you have more tools.
Yeah, I agree. But when you're in that at like a critical point, it's the most important thing is understanding, okay, at this point, because of this support or this resistance, either A is going to happen or B is going to happen. And then like the oscillators and volume and stuff like that, that's where you need to understand the two outcomes that can happen. Like we can either fall through or we can go above. Like you need to understand when you're at one of those points in the first place, and then you can go to C, D, E, F, which are this, and RSI is telling me this, volume is telling me this, different oscillators are telling me that. But you need to understand just when you're approaching critical structure in the first place, before you start getting like bogged down and learning those other things.
Yeah, man. That's it.
And I should probably start using more of those things, because when you guys talk about them, I understand exactly what you're talking about, but I'm just like, oh, I should start. Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I think I don't know, a lot of that stuff is good for scalping. Like when you want to see things, like when you're playing with noise, basically. Like the smaller time frame you get, it's way more like rampant and unpredictable, I think. When you zoom out, it's like, oh yeah, there's more trendiness going on, and it's more serious, I guess.
Well, you know it's not serious right now. It's the volume. There's no serious volume right now.
It's that good old weekend, man.
Yeah, but I mean, lately it has been pretty rambunctious over the weekend, so I'm not going to rule that out. But at the same time, for trying to like pick like a head short, like I didn't catch it because I was out doing stuff, I think. But and that was like the fucking, for some reason, like 3 girls were texting me today. I have no idea what it is. I go weeks without hearing from anyone, and then all on the same day for whatever reason. Sometimes like that's how it always ends up working out for me. But yeah, like I missed that short earlier, but I mean, I think Crazy had the right idea to take a head short there, and I'm sure that like if I know him, I'm sure that he's willing to round trip it completely or hold it till the bottom of the range, then take profit, leave it runner. Like I'm sure that, like, without him even saying that, I'm pretty like sure that's his plan, you know, because we do have like some sort of what seems like a range is forming, and bouncing off the point of control. I mean, I guess you could like, there's a way that we could probably draw another fixed range volume profile to where we might be able to find one at the bottom of the range. Well, I guess it's not. The price is still too elevated, I think, for that specifically. But yeah, like I think he made a good call. Like, you know, probably taking a head short there and then seeing if it comes down to the bottom of the range again. Like, I mean, I might even try to take a long. Comes down to the bottom of that range. I might try to take a long on Bitcoin. But I also have that peanut position that I'm still waiting for that to mature. So I'm taking it kind of easy. I'm trying not to be too aggressive with the positions at this moment. But it's okay. I mean, maybe some crazy stuff will happen over the weekend. Maybe Bitcoin will go down, but a few of the altcoins will start to skyrocket. I mean, if Bitcoin's going down, it's not really going to matter if dominance is going down as well. But yeah, I think we're starting to at least, you know, basically the idea of what I was trying to say is that I think it's trying to establish a range here, which I think would be good if we just go sideways and it adheres to a nice sideways range for a while. As long as it's stable enough. These percentage moves are still pretty significant, like down from that low I mean, that was like a 9% move down, and then over the past couple of days, you had, can't see because my tools are in the way, 9% down, and then roughly over the past couple of days, 8 almost 9% up. So I mean, we're kind of traveling like an 8 or 9% range, almost like to the tune of 10%. So I think day traders are going to love this, and if we stay in this range, I wouldn't mind that. It might be a little bit too late for me to try to take a short without to not get the I don't think I'd be getting a prime entry, but at the same time, I don't think we're going to crack 100K just yet. I think we're going to have to bounce around here between 90 and 99 for a while. Unfortunately, that's what it's starting to look like. Not a bad thing, though. I mean, there is a case to be made. Okay, so this, I'm looking at the 5-minute. This is starting to look like a falling wedge on Bitcoin. It's coming in from an uptrend. It still hasn't made any lower lows.
I was just about to chime in when you were done and say on the low time frames, BTC looks like it's trying to reverse.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the only thing, and I'm glad Static started pointing this out more, is the volume. The volume is not supporting the shape that it's making, and the way that the candlesticks are bouncing. But that level there, that I was talking about between 96.5 and 96.6. Or 96, I'd say 96.5 to 96.7 was sort of the ideal point to hold support, and it looks like it bounced almost exactly from that zone. Still a falling wedge formation, but you also have a death cross on the 5-minute, so it has to either go up and break back through that, because otherwise it would it's conveniently, the death cross is conveniently located right at the angular resistance that it's been fighting at the moment. So if it comes up and rejects from there, we might end up having to take another trip down and go lower, and this falling wedge could be bullshit. Might be bullshit, I don't know. Remains to be seen, but it doesn't look, the shape of it doesn't look too bad at the moment, but in terms of volume and moving averages, I don't really like it. The look of it at the moment. This falling wedge that, I mean, it really only has arguably 2 touches to the top side, and now you get 2 to the bottom. So I like to look for 3 on either side, or at least 3 on one side. You know what I mean? It might even be a bit of a stretch for me to call it a falling wedge just yet. It doesn't look like one. But another thing that goes really well with a falling wedge is if you reach the bottom of it, you get a 3rd touch on the bottom, and you get bullish RSI divergence. It's like a double whammy. You know what I mean? And then, like Static said, if volume shows up, on that lower low, and you get like a bullish engulfing candle, it's like you have the whole fucking recipe. It's sweet because stuff like this doesn't really happen. It doesn't happen so much in the bear market because it's just a bunch of bots and algorithms trading. So it's like it doesn't look as organic. But in a bull market, you get these chart patterns that form really nice and uniformly, and like people see it and they trade off of it on their own. And it's the price. You get organic movement. It's a lot more satisfying than just like, well, we're in a sideways range and like bot driven fucking support resistance oscillators, whatever. Like that's what the accumulation, which can be, I mean, it's boring, but it can be fun too. And you can make money, or like I would prefer to look at it as like, oh, like accumulating more coins. It's like the best way to go. You can feel a little bit more comfortable selling out of it because you know that the market hasn't really reversed. It's still an accumulation, but now that it's fucking like obviously a macro reversal, what seems like obvious to me, I could be dead wrong, seems like an obvious macro reversal. I mean, Bitcoin, there's no question, obviously, but I'm saying for the altcoins at this point, it makes you feel like, oh, I don't really want to sell, but I don't want to buy either. Like that's where I'm at right now. It's like I don't want to buy because it's like I don't want to sell because it's like I'm quitting at the beginning of the race. But you know, like when it's like quitting at the beginning of the race to go take a sip of Gatorade when there's a whole fucking 30 rack of beers waiting for you at the end of the line. You know, that's sort of what it feels like. But it's like so I'm just sitting on my hands. So I don't want to sell because I feel like we're just really heating up. But I don't want to buy either because now it's out of that accumulation and things are starting to get a little frothy and overheated. So I don't really necessarily feel comfortable about buying into the rips either. So I just, times like this, I just sit on my hands and wait, look for opportunities to buy, better opportunities to buy and hold. That's been my strategy for the past year or two, and I don't want to change it for another year or two.
Here's kind of my quick, just looking at the Bitcoin chart, like where I'm generally bullish and think it's overall going to go up, and maybe we will have a pullback here. But like just glancing at the chart, I'm like, we had a low here, a high, a higher low, a higher high. If we can hold here, then we remain bullish. If we don't put in a lower low, and maybe we just stay going up, or the other option is maybe we like basically come down and double bottom, and you know, it could, like, there's this is going to be a resistance, I think, so maybe we come down to here off of this. Maybe we do get a little bit of a bounce off this shelf and then go back down and double bottom. And that's like super not technical, but it's just looking at the chart the way I do. Like, that's two possibilities that I can see happening. All right, good talk.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, I am just chilling here watching the structure, hoping that we maintain it. But if not, it's just like, okay, well, we have to spend more time building, going chopping in this range. Like Quai said, like there could be this range that gets established and we could be stuck in it for some time till we get the big convincing like surge of volume that takes us to the next place.
And if you go to a higher time chart, maybe we haven't fallen out of this support yet.
Yeah. Find.
Yeah, so far it seems like it's struggling a little bit. Asia doesn't really seem to want to do too much with Bitcoin, it appears, but I don't know if there might be an altcoin out there that's ripping, but I mean, Asia, sometimes even if Asia is lackluster, fucking Europe comes in and they're like, they just like bust a hole through the roof sometimes. A lot of times, like, I hate trading that London session because the London opens, like, sometimes I'll try to go long and they'll just be bearish as fuck. Like, they'll just be feeling bearish as fuck and keep selling off. Like, they see a downtrend or they just sell. So,
but it's Saturday now in Australia.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting it's
Asia.
Okay.
Yep.
It's Saturday anyway, so the London session doesn't even matter. But yeah. I don't know. I guess we gotta wait to see some more involvement.
Yeah.
It's the day after Thanksgiving. It's a weekend.
Hey, and maybe ETH will pump this weekend.
Maybe. XRP had an interesting start to the day, but where is it now? Oh, it's still like 1.3% up. Still looking bloody strong on the hourly chart. Holy crap, it's like a staircase. Geez, we really are hunting down $2. That's so wild.
Crazy, your XRP trade is just ridiculous.
Pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, man, that's legit.
Dude, I waited for that one for a while. Anybody in here could attest to that. I was lurking in the shadows on that one. I watched it run up all 50 several times and had taken profit, but it was looking for the big fish. And I finally got it, man. And then I can, with that shorter amount, I can speculate and take profit at the, the retracement levels with the futures trade. And that leaves me the flexibility to not have to take any profit on my spot. You know what I mean? It gives me more flexibility to not want to take profit because I'm taking profit on this futures trade the whole way up. So I'm getting fed off of it still,
Yeah, if you can take your initial investment from 2 trades out by taking profit out on the way up on 1 trade, then that's sweet.
Exactly. See, you see, it's very strategic.
2 trades for the price of 0.
That's right. Fucking A. And then all my spots free and risk free, I guess. That was a bitch though, man. Waiting for that one was a bitch because it flirted more than 10 times with making the breakout. And it just looked good the whole time. If you turn on your monthly and just draw a line at 50 cents and look how many times it bounced off 50 cents with a candle body. It's unbelievable. I think there was probably at least 15 months where the candle closed above 50 cents almost exactly. It was just dribbling there.
Seems like we're falling through this support level here. It's 96.5. It's gonna want to try to hold here, but again, volume is not really supporting it. So far.
It's also coming up to the, what is that? Yeah, 200 moving average and the 50 EMA on the 1 hour.
Yeah, I nailed that short entry, man. That was perfect off the point of control.
Yeah, it was a good play, man.
Yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna hold on to it though. That's the thing, because I take some profit. 94.7 if we get there.
What? You're not gonna hold to the bottom of the range?
I'll probably keep some of it. Yeah, I usually keep some of it, but my first take profit area is around 94.7.
I was saying earlier, it was like, if I know crazy and like I think I'm like, I was explaining, I'm like, yeah, I think it was a good play that he took. I'm like, if I know him, I'm willing to bet that he'd say that he's perfectly fine, like being stopped out or round tripping it. And he's going to try to ride it down to the bottom of the range where he's going to take profit there and then probably leave a runner to see if it breaks down.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think bottom of the range is very probable right now though. Like 85 is what you're saying?
No, like 90, 91, 92.
Oh yeah, I'll have a good chunk for if that happens for sure. But right now I'm just gonna let it play the probabilities of holding higher lows. And I think you could come down as low as 92.5 really, and still just be fine. But I'm gonna take profit before then on this, just because when we're this bullish, man, it's hard to want to stick in these shorts too long. And I've been nailing the entries for some of these little scalp shorts, and I just like to shave a little bit. I like to be a little bit more aggressive with profit taking with shorts.
What do you think about Solana right now on the shorter time frames, like the lower time frames?
Like what? Like the hourly?
Yeah, like hour, 15 minutes or something. I mean,
here, let me stream.
Because I need to transfer some Solana for something, but I don't want to necessarily just go and freaking buy it wherever. I haven't really had much of a chance to take a look at it.
I got you. I understand. This looks bullish right here. I know you see this.
Oh, let me hop on there. Oh, ascending triangle, yeah. I mean, but it kind of looks like head and shoulders too.
Yeah, but I don't see any weakness really. I mean, this looks good. You got a little bit of weakness right here.
Divergence.
Yeah, a little bit. Let me see something here.
Kind of looks like a failed head and shoulders, which is a real thing.
Yeah, especially in a bull market. They're going to fail a lot. Look at this, Quai. 238. Let me see something here. Hold on. Oh, you're just tight between these two. Just looks fucking bullish, man. There's no other way around it. Just bullish. It's the only word I have. Look at these bullish engulfing.
Those 3 candles right there, the bullish engulfing, and then like the one pullback one, and then the next bullish engulfing. That's a 3-bar play candlestick pattern.
Yeah, this is one of the strongest formations for candlesticks right here. I mean, you saw here. Look at the selling here.
Yep.
Then you fell. Here, you got a different story. This is way different story here.
Yep. And those 5 candlesticks that you have at the beginning of your box there. So the huge bullish one, then 3. Yep, that's a rising 3 methods. And as long as you don't take out the bottom of that first candle, it's still valid.
Yeah. I mean, it just looks like it was a clear bull flag too, even on the daily. Yeah, I mean, it's almost perfect right here to here.
It seems to be trying to hold the the 50 SMA on the 1 hour pretty well.
You want to see something real funny? I knew this was gonna look funny. That looks hilarious, man. This looks very bullish, very bullish. But I know you were looking for lower. You know me though, I'm always gonna get excited about the higher. Let's look real low. Get rid of this shit. It just looks bullish, man.
No, it just looks bullish.
I'm trying to find weaknesses, but I'm just not seeing any right now. I mean, a little bit here, but am I scared of that? No, not at all. Not when there's all this here. Let's do one more thing.
The daily stochastic is tilting up. You did get a bearish divergence on the daily and the RSI, but sometimes those don't hold up. The 4-hour stochastic doesn't look great, but I mean, the 15-minute looks pretty ready to go and it's bouncing off the 200 on the 15-minute, 200 SMA, and that trend line.
Oh man, it would be so nice if they brought this down here, bro. That'd be a beautiful ABC here with this. Oh, I hope they do that. I don't think they're going to, but I'm gonna put an alert here. Put a couple alerts. Yeah, it just looks strong. I mean, you don't want to see this low getting taken out, though, in my opinion. If you get this taken out, you're in trouble on the interim.
Yeah, I'm even like way more local than that.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to curl here. I see what you see where it's kind of like, it looks exhausted a little bit, but it doesn't scare me. Especially the more you zoom out, it just kind of looks like nothingness. This is a key level here, too. Look at these 3 candlesticks. Yeah, it looks good.
Static here.
What up, dude?
What's up, brother? Meet, you notice this 1 hour BTC? We're dropping out of this channel here, parallel channel.
Yeah, I did notice that. We came up and tapped it twice, and
got rejected at the heart line here.
Yeah.
And now we have completely fallen out of the flag.
Yes, sir. And on the hourly especially, you can see the distribution at the channel line.
Yep. Huge volume.
Look at that, though.
Same problem with Doge. I think I left that chart up. I knew it was coming back to test this left shoulder. And got rejected. No volume. Maybe the no volume thing could be a good thing. I don't know, but
this don't look too bad right here. We'll see how this develops, but this is kind of telling you that this move down is false.
I don't know, my spidey sense has been tingling the last few days.
I'm in a short right now, too, just for context. I'm short here, but only as a hedge off the point of control. This seems to be telling you that this is false, though. We'll see how it develops.
It's really
and
hard.
We're falling out of that descending wedge on BTC dominance, huh?
Yep.
Huh. Which means we're breaking that trombone megaphone structure.
Ooh, that looks good. like that. It's also a good spot to bounce, though.
Altcoin season might be coming here.
Yeah,
We're breaking on that oscillating chart I have, total 3 minus USD divided by BTC. Remember we talked about how you could typically it goes all the way down to 25, but we're at a heart line on a descending wedge and descending parallel channel. Looks like it might start trying to break out of that. Let me do a good trend line instead of that.
You see XRP, XLM static? That's all your dominance is getting stolen by these two. And Algorand.
Huge volume though. Hey, Meat, look at this.
Yep. Yeah, on the weekly, it's really been.
Look at the. Yeah. Wow. Looks like it's bullish as fuck. Maybe altcoin season is around the corner. I don't know if you saw my post. I'm starting to get very concerned about the fact that everybody and my grandmother thinks Bitcoin is going to smash 100K anytime soon now. Usually when the whole world thinks something's going to happen, it doesn't.
Right.
I'm not hearing any, I'm really not hearing, it seems like 95% of the consensus I'm getting from all the Discords and online and TradingView charts and just the Google News. We're going to smash 100K any day. These are the same people that were saying we were going to go to 9K if you looked at the news when we were at 15.
Yeah, sketchy.
Will Bitcoin ever recover? Experts say no.
Yeah, what's funny last cycle is when you were here in total 3, going into expansion, just about, you didn't stop. You did pull back. Once you did break a new all-time high on total 3, you fell back for a week, back into the old all-time high before getting out of there. And then that was your aggressive move into expansion, into price discovery. So we're right before that right now.
I wonder how often cup and handles retest support. Let's see here.
15%.
Very rare from when I see it. Very rare.
Let's check out our man Bolkowski here.
If I had to guess, less than 25% of the time.
Yeah, this just looks so good, man, on total.
There was a beautiful cup and handle on the 15-minute on total 3 yesterday, and man, did it have beautiful consequences. It just went straight to the target, no pullbacks.
Fucking there. You got a bigger one that might be playing out too on total 3 on the weekly.
Look at in general here, this cup and handle on the 30-minute for crypto total market cap, excluding BTC and ETH. It was an uptrend. You had your cup, you had your tiny little handle, and then you had massive continuation.
here's on Google Images. Here's, I mean, it is an example, but it's a cup and handle pattern that ran May, June, July, August, September, October, November. So it took almost 6-7 months on Google Daily. And let me just finish the thought. It did do a retest there. You can see on this pattern here. So I don't know how often they do it, but it's feasible. Sorry, B, go ahead.
Okay, and I apologize for interrupting, but there are officially B-FUDs, all right? B-FUDs actually exist now. I just posted them in announcements if anybody wants to go take a look.
Get the FUD out of here.
Yeah, so before anyone...
They're real.
They're real now. So, if you guys are going to purchase any of it, keep in mind, fucking like $1, $2, whatever it is just for fun. It's a meme coin.
I already got 10 million.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So there's like I already said prior, I'm gonna be putting the YouTube funds into this thing. So long term, there'll be some sort of stability. You know, there's gonna be some sort of floor because I'll be putting in the YouTube profits as they come. But don't disillusion yourself with what it is. It's just a fun meme coin. It's not the coin that's going to make you rich. I just want to make sure everyone understands that. Like it's poo-poo. It's pee-pee poo-poo, right?
But you can say with confidence that there's strong support at 0.00000.
Yeah, it's slightly above because I bought some and I'm not going to sell it ever. So,
all right, there you go. Don't rug pull us now.
I can't. I don't own. I own a small percent. So, but yes. Okay. So, the way that pump.fun works is that I don't own any of the supply. I have to purchase it just like everyone else. The exchange owns all of it. So I purchased some when it came out. So but yes, there is slippage. So be careful when you're purchasing. Don't make a lot of small transactions. That was my mistake, actually, because I only noticed after there's fees for each per transaction. So I think the slippage is actually less than the fees are. So you have to, I think if you're going to purchase some, you should just purchase like an amount. So, yes. That's that. That's everything. Continue. Go ahead. But it's there.
Thank you, B.
Also, wait, sorry. One last thing. Also,
ahead, B.
You might see a pump because the bot, like right now, there was a bit of a pump, and it's because everyone has the bots on this thing buying $1 of everything. So you're going to see a pump, and you're going to see a lot of price action. Like someone in here made a coin. That's why I made it here, because someone else made a coin. They recommended it to me, and they had 10 million volume in one day. And the market cap was like 145,000. So there might be a move up. So for you guys can buy and sell whenever the fuck you want. I don't care. But keep in mind that there is like milestones, and when you get to 45,000 market cap, they put you on an exchange, like a larger exchange. And then there's likely going to be more trading volume, less fees, because you can go on that exchange and trade it. You don't have to trade it on this website that I just sent you. So there'll be less fees, so you can actually sell it on that other exchange. So just trying to give you guys the most information possible. But yes, so that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, B. So we were just talking in general here with some pictures, but there are plenty of examples here on our friend Google Images from Investopedia all over where cup and handles retest. They break out and come back and retest.
True.
So the thought I would have is one second. On the weekly time frame, we never did anything like that. And if we were to do it, 75K would be a feasible target.
That's interesting.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I actually have a very good example, like not cherry picking at all, of a cup and handle that never retested. If you
No, I do. No. I'm aware that cup and handles don't always retest.
I honestly,
but I don't know what the percentages are of what retest and what. I mean, we could look into that. What percentage of cup and handles?
That's what I'm curious to know, because in hyperbolic situations, I just don't see that retest happen.
Let's ask our friend Chat GPT here. Hold on.
Even
what percentage.
Even just for the price of the chart, particularly, right, for Bitcoin, like doing that specific move would be a breakout and a back test of the breakout as well, rather than just the cup and handle. Like it would be a retest of the previous all-time high after breaking out of it, basically. But what's interesting is in each cycle, each of the last 2 cycles, you didn't come back and check at all.
So here's your answer from ChatGPT. After a breakout from a cup and handle pattern, approximately 47% of the time retraces significantly. This means that nearly half of the breakouts will see the price pull back to test the breakout level before potentially continuing higher. So it's a coin toss.
Check out the S&P 500 weekly chart that I just posted. Like, I'm kind of thinking BTC is about to do something like that. Like, I have this gut feeling that we are in a special run. That may sound moon boyish, but I would not be surprised if we see a considerable retrace. It's happened in history. It would be great to see on the charts, but I just don't know yet.
Guys, let's just do like the Ben Franklin approach, right? The pros and cons, the list of the yays, the list of the nays. I mean, here's some yays too. This is a retest. We're at psychological resistance, 100K. It's a major resistance. That's 6 figures. Never happened before in BTC's history. It's a huge milestone. Number 2, if you connect the peaks from the last 2, from 2021 and draw a trend line off those peaks, it brings you right to where we are right now at 100K. And we have been, since the breakout, how high are we here? I mean, shit, we're only up 51%. Holy cow, that's high.
I know it, man, but you know what else lives rent-free in my head is that Michael Saylor FOMO'd into VC at 97K.
Why did they short his stock?
Because it went up like 600% in a month.
Right, but why would they short it?
Well, they explained it as they shorted it because they believe it's going higher, but it was the responsible move, is what their explanation was. They believe in Bitcoin in the long
because they were hedging. They were shorted because they were hedging their bets. Is that what you're saying? Because they believe it's going up.
Well, the way it was worded was they believe in Bitcoin in the long term, but they believe it was the appropriate move to take a short there on MicroStrategy. That was the way they explained it.
I think that the narrative is probably something like this. Michael Saylor doesn't really care if it drops 75K. He's just got the loan and he's buying, because that has been his strategy all along. He doesn't care what the price of Bitcoin is. He just knows that in X amount of time it's going to be higher.
Well, to be fair, I don't care what Michael Saylor does, but what I do care, what I'm looking at is the data from the past. What did we do once we broke out in all-time highs? Did we backtest the breakout? You did
also,
not either time. Of the last 2 cycles, you broke out of the previous all-time high. You never, I'm sure plenty of people were looking for the retest. It's logical, right? That's where the logic, the logistics come in as a trader. You're looking for logic for the back test, but then you look at the probability based off of the last 2 cycles. It's 0% is the probability.
Yeah, but well, I mean, just let's remember we have pretty small sample sizes here. You know, we only have 4 cycles, three and a half cycles. Yeah. Number 2. There's a lot of things that BTC has done that we've never seen it do before. We've never seen it dip down as low as it did. That was a huge reach.
We know it's possible still. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that
we've never seen a double. We've never seen a double top before. So if you had been in the last cycle, you would have been, not you, but some people would have been saying, oh no, now that we've broken the 64K and we're at 69K, we're going even higher because BTC has never double topped. And then when we were down around, 25K, everybody's like, oh, that's the bottom. because it's never retraced as deep as 15K in terms of percentage, but it did. So there's a lot of just because something, it's always had blow off tops, right? Never double tops. It's never gone as deep as it did.
It's
So
never had a new all-time high pre-halving either.
It's never had an all-time high before pre-halving. Thank you. It's never formed a significant pattern on a weekly time frame like this cup and handle that's very evident. Everything else has basically just been drops and then blow off tops, drops and then blow off tops. So we're seeing a lot of changes to BTC over the last cycle. It's doing new things.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's always the possibility that it could do something completely different, but you want to stick with the base cases, staying consistent. That's what trading's all about. The base case is the consistent probability is the base case. So for me, seeing it happen more times, whatever it is, whether it's not doing this or that or doing this or that, just the base case should be at the consistent value that we've seen historically.
If I could chime in on MicroStrategy as well to answer your question a little bit better on why they shorted it. Doing some TA on the daily, it was the target of this bull pennant was in the high 490s. So it would only be logical to start taking a bunch of shorts at 490 and above, which it ended up topping out at 535. So anybody that entered in shorts from 490 to 535, that was like a logical trading move. But to be honest with you, I don't even see any divergence on the daily. It bullishly tapped that 20 EMA, and I don't know. It just seems like it might want to try to keep stretching out.
So a move for total right now, specifically the index, a move for it back to that consolidation, that handle, that would be a back check. That'd be roughly a 13% move to candle bodies in that consolidation. You've never dropped that far back into previous price action after breaking out on total in any cycle. Actually, you did in 2016. You dropped 15.5% back into the previous price action, the cycle before.
I've never felt this wishy-washy about which way BTC is going.
I think the exciting part is that even if it does, it's going to get bought up quick just based off historic data. You know what I mean? If you do get that drop, that 30% drop here, it's going to get bought up within 2 weeks. Otherwise, it would look funky.
Yeah, that's why, like, honestly, 20-30% of me feels like that dip to 90,800 was it. I'm kind of looking for like some sort of insane double bottom there, and if that low does get taken out, then I'll reassess. But man, it just looks so damn good even at these insane prices.
I'm not seeing any weakness right now at all across the board here. I mean, at all. So I'm just not there yet.
There's definitely been some selling, but is it enough? Is right now the question that's floating in my head.
Yeah, you haven't even made a lower low yet. So for me, it's just way too early to be trying to call tops here.
No, I'm not calling a top.
I know that. I'm just saying for me in general.
All right. Well, so you're saying you're not seeing any weakness, but I mean, right here on the 1 hour and present on the 4 hour chart, we are falling out of this what appeared to be possibly a reaccumulation channel. That once it made its first leg up to the top of this parallel channel, it never made it past the heart line. First time it didn't even come close to the heart line. Then it tapped the top of the heart line, wicked down with the biggest volume we have seen since 25th when we dropped down to 92.
Yeah, I'm short right now.
And that is if that maintains, I mean, look, so I don't know who's looking at this right here. My point is this channel, falling out of this channel, if it continues to fall out, is going to have consequences. And those consequences are going to be down. And what we will effectively have if we go down to a lower low is a lower high. You'd have 99K over here, 98K, And if you fall out of this channel, the measured move on this would be roughly 89K. That is the beginning of a trend reversal. At least on the 1 hour, 4 hour.
Yeah, I don't even see. Do we even have a lower low yet on the 4 hour? No, not even a lower low yet.
No, that's you're missing my point. It's okay. All right,
I'm not,
Cubes, you
I'm
understand
not,
what I'm saying, though, right?
I'm not arguing against you at all. I'm just pointing what I'm seeing. It's not an argument.
No, we're both seeing the fact, Crazy, that there is no lower low. I didn't say there was a lower low. But the point is to prepare for the fact that there might be by saying, okay, why don't I start thinking about this right now as opposed to waiting for me to go, oh yeah, look, I'm right, there is a lower low and we dropped 8% out of the channel. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you. That's why I'm short from the point of control at 98. I'm already short, brother. Just for the possibility that it could come down and take out some lows for sure. We were talking about it before you jumped in here, like 92.5 would make a lot of sense for me right now as a downside target.
I wonder if we're starting off with, I wonder if we're going to do something like this.
You nailed that point of control though, right there. It tapped it and started spitting out some red, so it's pretty good so far. It still just looks very bullish to me though. I'm just spitballing with you, that's all. I'm not going against you. Just looking at it,
I'm not
saying what I see.
No, all I'm saying, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but like, you know, that's my whole point. Like you're saying this isn't an attack on you. A lot of people are doing it. This looks so bullish. This looks so bullish. So I'm just doing what I do and come in and being like, all right, well, here's some counterpoints to that narrative.
Too. Dude, you know what my mom told me at Thanksgiving?
Which, as you recall,
said,
the entire history of me is doing that. So
right, I get it. My mom told me, who's a 60-year-old woman, told me last night, that crypto stuff, I heard you can get in it at any. Think that ain't freaking me out. She said, I heard it's never too late to get in. This is a 60-year-old woman, and there was nothing about the market at all. So yeah, I mean, it's freaky, but that's the thing. At one point, all these people that come in, they're going to be right? Because the hype is going to be at a certain point, and it's going to keep going. And even the people that just jump in are going to be right for a little bit. There is going to be a point. Maybe it's not right now, but there is going to be a point when that happens, when the crowd is right for a moment.
what about this for another consideration? Matching up what we're seeing in the charts with world affairs. Donald Trump coming in as president, right? Says he's going to do all this stuff, right? He's going to do, you know, his crypto deregulation. I don't even think he's actually, I don't know what he's actually said. A lot of people have inferred by his appointments and things like that. What if the powers that be in the market are like, all right, boys, why don't we do this before we get the cart in front of the horse here and blast off through 100K to some, you know, astronomical numbers? Why don't we just chill through the rest of the year? We'll kind of consolidate in this area, you know, back and forth, trending down. We can retest the support on this cup and handle. And then come January 20th, when we start to, you know, see what policies he's actually affecting, we can start working our way back up to blast through 100K. Because again, the market likes certainty. It doesn't like questions. It likes to know what's happening so it can predict the future.
It also likes to liquidate the shit out of people. And that's another thing I can agree with in terms of just like what have we not seen yet and why, while everybody's on board, is a nasty liquidation event. And I think that can happen at any moment where you just see a 15% drop across the board that gets bought up immediately. Like remember over the summer, I think it was about in March or April, there was some Coinbase bullshit. They said it was Coinbase went down. I remember I was in a voice chat with somebody in another group and he had like 10K on the table that turned into 25K on futures, and he was an idiot with no stop losses, and he got liquidated for all 25 grand in like 7 minutes. Just a nasty liquidation event. So something like that is always on the menu when you're talking about a market that's this over leveraged. we haven't really got any of that. But that's the thing too. When you look at the liquidations, like on CoinGlass, they've been steadily fat, right? So it's not, we haven't really gotten an aggressive liquidation event, but the market makers are making their money in bundles still. Like it's thick amounts. The amount of liquidations have grown in shorts and longs just because the volume has picked up, across the board. But they're not starving here, is what I'm saying. It's not like they're in a desperate need of a liquidation event. They've been liquidating people steadily, but we just haven't had that really aggressive one that I think we could get, or I know we will eventually.
Yeah. All right, here's my final narrative and thought for the evening before I go to bed. What if we put all these 3 charts together, what we're seeing on Bitcoin, what we're seeing on Bitcoin dominance, what we're starting to see the alts do, what we're seeing on this alt oscillator chart. What if Bitcoin starts to trend down over the next month or two in a very controlled, consolidated, boring, retest of 75K? And that allows the altcoins to break out on this descending wedge to start their run of catch up, because altcoins have been lagging. This we can all agree, and the experts agree. It's in the numbers. Altcoins are behind schedule. The only one who seems ahead of schedule is Dogecoin.
XRP, XLM.
Yep. This gives altcoins the opportunity to play catch up, have their little season here. We can also see it in Bitcoin dominance. It is, by all measures, falling out of 2 patterns here. Falling out of this potential megaphone pattern, and it's also falling out of its last hope, which was this descending wedge. I think Bitcoin dominance is about to drop. Bitcoin is going to start dropping in a controlled manner, and I think altcoin season is right around the corner here.
I think we're going to get a mini one. I don't think we're getting the big one yet. That's just my opinion, though. But I think I agree with you. I think we're going to get a mini alt season.
Yeah, a lot of these coins have to play catch up. Some of them, like Ethereum, for example. Ethereum is king altcoin, and we all see that Ethereum's starting to get a little bullish activity. Maybe it's Ethereum's time to catch up to its all-time high,
I think you're right, brother.
And bring some of these altcoins with it.
I think you are correct.
Look at altcoin index is at 65 right now, and at this time last week it was at 38 out of 100.
There you go.
So it's almost doubled in a week.
And I think 69 is usually its Q for breakout, or am I wrong?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
It's the highest it's been all year.
Look, here's another one. Look at Biddy. Look at Biddy on the daily. Here's an indication for you. For the last time we saw Biddy hold any ground was... Oh, hold on. Last time we saw Biddy hold any ground was right here. That was, of course, during that consolidation period where we trended down. I mean, it's basically the reverse of that handle, of the cup and handle, right? Now, for the first time, look at the daily. One of the first times in a long time, since what? The beginning of the month, 5th of November. It's just been gapping down. The bullshit there, gapping down. This is the first thing that we've seen of any significance here. With volume.
Are you scalping still in the daytime static? Is that still gonna be your gig?
But on the hourly chart, so it might extend. I might buy a position and then hold it for a day or two.
Sick.
Like right now, I'm in Pepe. I was here today looking at this chart, and we had. I don't know if you're still looking crazy. We had this. We had this 3 rising values here. So this is 0.1. That's 0.2. That's 0.3. And then as long as you break the peak of this one, that's a confirmed 3 rising valleys. I think some other people pointed out that there might have been some inverse head and shoulders hiding in here. So for extra confluence. And then the only thing stopping us right now from a breakout is this volume profile up here. This is our point of control, which we're soon to be finding support on. But we have another shelf up here. But the other thing we're starting to do is if you look on the angular resistance from the wicks, That brings you down here. We're already above the angular resistance that takes these wicks into account, this big wick up here. If you take more of a controlled body, you know, resistance, take more of the bodies, less of the wicks, we're trying to flirt with a breakout there, and we seem to be seeing a lot of volume. I hope that's not distribution volume. I don't think it is. We'll see how this one goes.
Doesn't look like distribution at all though structurally, so I think you're good.
Yeah, so I've got a position right about here in this gap.
Yeah, that's a good little spot. I would have liked it lower, where that low is, where your green line is in the middle of the chart, but yeah, somewhere around there. But I think it's gonna run, man. I mean, that just looks very bullish overall.
Yeah, that does not look like a bear flag. That looks like that looks like a reaccumulation channel.
Where's the rest of your chart? Is it not loading the candlesticks?
No, it's because it's Coinbase and it wasn't listed on here until.
Oh, I see. I
trying to. I have another somewhere in here. I have another Pepe, but I'm trying to because I'm day trading on Coinbase Advanced now, so I'm trying to keep the charts the same. It's all right. It's all right. The fees are fucking ridiculous, but.
Are you using limit orders?
Oh yeah, I'm using limit orders.
The fees aren't that bad for me.
Yeah, I'm paying.
I'm not day trading though either. This is for my spot position, so I'm not in and out a lot. You know what I mean? I'm just buying limit orders and then not really selling at all, actually.
Right now with my deposit amount, I'm doing looks like 0.4%.
Let me see what mine is. Hold on, because there's tiers.
If I get it up a little bit to 50K, it gets me to advance 2. I hope I get a badge. And it's
that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. That's why then.
Yeah. It's only letting me deposit 7,500 at a time for whatever reason though. Told me I had to wait another 5-6 days.
Yep, it's a pain in the ass. ETH is pushing right now, man. Damn, they're gonna get active on us at 9 o'clock. Oh, I hate when they do this, man. I don't hate it if it's ETH going up though. I can deal with that. That looks really bullish, bro.
I wonder if ETH BTC has gained anything back. I haven't looked at that
Yeah,
in
it
a
has.
week.
A little bit.
Man, I looked at that a week ago and it looked like shit.
Yep. Okay. A little bit of a
nice
volume
morning
here.
star.
Yep. Nice morning star with a little bit of volume. God, what a gross looking chart.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
ever
doesn't look
since
good
the
overall.
halving, it's just been down.
That's
Or
good
not
though.
having the EIP 1559, where it became unmineable.
This may not be done going down yet, man. That's what makes me think Bitcoin ain't nowhere close to being done, man. At least another 30% up.
There's no volume either.
Well, I mean, the only hope you really have is right here. I mean, this is your pretty much we're at our pretty evident port line.
But are we bearishly backtesting it after dropping through it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm scared, Holden. You know, it's kind of pretty actually with the green, you know, EMA and the yellow and the red and the purple. It looks like it's like a rainbow.
More like a pain bow.
God, look at the volume. That's gross. Well, again, this could be less of a reflection of the fact that it's not necessarily saying Ethereum sucks. This could just be, again, we are in a last year. I keep saying this. Last cycle, it's pretty obvious we were not in a Bitcoin run per se because Bitcoin got muted to a degree. We were in a NFT, fidget spinner, Ethereum, Apes Yacht Club, meme coin cycle. And the narrative this cycle is most likely going to be less about meme coins and NFTs and Yacht Ape Club, and it's going to be more about financial shit, XRP, Bitcoin, you know. And unfortunately
Fucking
for
A,
Ethereum,
utility.
yeah, utility. And unfortunately for Ethereum, it is king meme coin because all the meme coins run off Ethereum.
No, it's Solana now, bro. Well, there's a lot on ETH, but Solana's got the cake now with meme coins. I mean, my goodness, they have them by the troves.
And the proof is in the pudding too. So look at the Sol BTC chart and like the BNB BTC chart. It looks totally different than the ETH BTC chart.
Maybe Ethereum is. Oh wow! Look at that bull flag. Shit,
it looks really good.
Dude,
yeah.
Sol BTC has been fucking ripping.
Yeah. Sol looks like it's about to enter price discovery. BNB looks like it's about to do price discovery.
If you look at Sol ETH is fucking. Sol is tearing their pants off of ETH. Like just look at the Sol ETH pair.
Yeah, Solana is up like what 2,200% from the bottom.
Yeah, but you know that the rest of the cycle is, well, actually, we don't know that for sure. You would think that that some of the others would catch up to this though, and that this would chill out and temper.
That's
my
a
opinion.
big evening star at the top of that trend though, on Static's chart there.
Yeah, it doesn't look bearish, that's for sure.
Yeah, it just could be a retest of this flag, most likely. It's just retesting. What was the other one you want me to look at?
BNB
Sol BTC? Or did I already do that one?
Yeah, you already did that one. BNB to BTC looks really good too.
Yeah? Sure about that? I don't know. Don't look too good to me, bro. Where's the volume?
For a while, sorry to interrupt you, Stack. I just wanted to say that for a while I was wondering why is Sol outpacing ETH so hard, and like why is ETH not really moving up as much, but Sol is like ripping. Until I looked at the Sol ETH chart and I was like, oh, that's why.
I must have been thinking of a different one.
Yeah, I'm thinking, right? I'm not crazy. That's not a good looking chart, is it?
No, I agree because there was another one that just looked like Sol. Which one fucking was it?
Probably Sweet.
Oh,
SUI.
SUI.
That's the only one I could think that's really done that well. I mean, nothing is in price discovery from last cycle besides Solana, unless it's some low
like
cap
the USD chart. Like a little less than the USD, like a little more lackluster than the USD chart, but almost the same. Check out Fetch BTC. FET versus BTC, I think, is like one of the strongest looking charts. Yeah, that top one.
Yeah.
Those BTC.
Let's fetch AI. Is that what you want? This one. Fet BTC?
Yeah,
I mean,
these
the
are the
top
same.
one works. Yeah.
Or it doesn't matter?
Yeah, they're the same thing. I think this is one of the stronger charts, and it just had that recent local double bottom there.
Yeah, you got some really strong accumulation here. Big accumulation.
That's one of the stronger looking coins I've seen that's like performing against BTC. Like when looking at the BTC pairs, it's one of the stronger charts I've seen.
You got three points of accumulation where it spiked up. One was here on this volume. There.
Honestly, that whole thing looks like a giant dragon that's about to play out too.
Yeah, could be that too.
Doge BTC on the weekly has what is a consequence of a dragon. Pretty good one, actually.
So to break it for the dragon, you basically want to break the back here. These are your double. These are your feet. So if you break this, good night.
Oh yeah.
And this is the head right here. Roar.
It's a lot like what I trade, man. Just ABC corrections. Go in at that higher leg of your dragon is the entry.
Hold on, I gotta hit this. I gotta hit the soundboard. Hold on. Because you know what a dragon looks like.
Look at the fucking tail on this fucking cat, motherfuckers.
Yeah. But for educational purposes, you're looking at that daily dragon there. If you go to the weekly DOGE BTC chart, you can see what happens when a dragon plays out.
Yeah, exactly.
One more thing that's awesome about the Fetch BTC pair is that it has bullish RSI divergence on the weekly. Weekly bullish RSI divergence.
Here's your dragon pattern. What was that, Kwai? Sorry.
So on the Fetch AI versus BTC chart, you have weekly bullish RSI divergence.
Do you?
Yeah, and then the stochastic RSI is also looking like it's flipping up. But I mean that weekly bullish divergence is pretty telling if you ask me, coming off of that slightly lower low accumulation, double bottom, bullish divergence. Pretty fucking, it was a support level.
Fucking Doge meat.
Pretty bullish.
I fucking knew it was gonna come up here. I knew it. I should have fucking longed it.
Me too.
I should have fucking longed it. I said to myself, you know what this fucker's gonna do? It's gonna go, and now I look at it, that's a 12% move I could have made to the penny, because I knew it was gonna come up to this fucking red line right here.
Yeah, dude, I actually
because
I have those same lines.
For any of the newbies in here, so left shoulder, this is inverse head and shoulders. Now, people think, let me delete some of this. People think on a head and shoulders, all you got to do is break the neckline, which would be this armpit and this armpit right here. But that's not true. On a descending head and shoulders, you have to break not only the neckline right here, but you have to break the armpit of the left inverse shoulder. Otherwise, it's not valid. If you don't break this, if you don't get a higher high off of it.
That still looks so bullish, though, man.
Okay.
I mean,
Look how round that is.
The thing is, though, that last
looks
L
like
shape,
distribution.
that last L shape there from the top to the bottom, and then the consolidation up to the heart line, that whole thing looks like a bear flag.
Yeah, so
It
again,
looks like synthetic bullish.
volume is really important. It's not just the pattern, right? Because yeah, this looks bullish on the surface. Because hey, maybe we find support here and rock it up, you know. And who knows? Maybe we will. But taking in the context of what's going on, keeping in mind that these candles say something, and what this candle is saying here in particular is it's saying buyers attempted to push this shit up, and the seller said, nope, fuck you, here's a whole bunch of supply. The demand was beaten by supply, and there was a big attempt at it. There's a lot of volume, a lot of trading that went on there, exchanging hands, and at the end of the day, the message was clear: nope, too much supply, not enough demand. So we come back down. You don't see a huge amount of volume here at this right shoulder, but we go again. We try, and we have right here first distribution. That's distribution candle 1, and this is distribution number 2. And then we come up here and we just wick out at that, and no one seems super interested in pushing this through. It's like the demand is gone. When you have low volume here, that means that the buyers didn't care to buy at this point. Because if the buyers did care to buy at this point, what you would see is you'd see volume spiking up, and you'd see one of two things. You'd see a rejection wick, like we saw over here, or if it turns out it is time to go through, you'd see a big green candle. But when you get to the previous resistance and you see no volume, then that means the bids weren't there. You know what I'm saying? Or the bids weren't there, and the asks. So nothing was happening. Nobody was trying to buy, and therefore nobody could sell. Everybody was just kind of taking a wait and see approach. Does that make sense as I said it? I don't know. Did I communicate that?
Yes, it does make sense. The main question I have in my head is it enough distribution to cause the correction that we're thinking about, you know?
Look at the volume on the daily.
Like I keep seeing signs of distribution, and then, you know, within hours I see signs like, and this is low time frames, like 5-15 minute. Like I see a lot of both sides of distribution and accumulation. Like I don't know, everything's just looking oddly bullish, even though we should be retracing.
So 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, we go back up to this yellow line somehow, I don't know, 46 cents, and then we drop down the bottom of the channel. Scenario 2, we go to $1. That would be cool. Scenario 3, since we've already been rejected at this heart line twice, and we seem to be losing momentum in terms of volume, if this was our last attempt and we hit this trend line, maybe sputter around and fall out of it, we're not going to 25 cents, we're going to 35. That's your initial first stop, 35. After that, your next support is roughly 30. And then after that, if 30 doesn't hold, I don't think you're stopping at 29. I mean, that's your next kind of shelf here where we consolidated in this ascending triangle. I think you're going to, 28 with some wicks, maybe retest at 38.2. I know those seem like crazy numbers, but we did go up 411%, and we did that in basically a month. So to go down out of this angular trend line, to go down 34% when we went up 411%, I don't know if that's super unrealistic.
Not at all. Not at
I think
all.
it's pretty healthy, actually. What's up, sir?
I'm not gonna make assumptions. All I heard was 35%.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, fuck off, matches.
Remember, distribution and reaccumulation look very similar as well. Something to keep in mind.
True.
I have no horse in the race on Doge other than a futures trade, but I like the long here. But I think if you start taking some lows out for sure, especially the 0.5 of the range at 39 cents, you take that out, you might be in trouble for a little bit.
Yeah. All right, boys and girls, I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta punch in tomorrow morning, right? Crazy?
That's right. Nah, I'll see you in the morning.
All right, boys. Later.
Have a good night, Static.
Night.
You too. Good night, Matches. Good night, guys. Good night, Kwai. Meet later.
Matches, Kwai, say good night, Dad. Love you.
No bedtime story first?
Yeah.
I just realized I shut my chart down. I'll leave it back up. Hold on.
Hey, you asshole. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, Crazy needs that or he won't know what to do.
Exactly. Did you get your shit off today, Matches over there?
What's up?
So did you get your shit off over there?
All right, it's back up.
What are we talking about?
I said, did you get your shit off over there?
Okay. What are we talking about?
All I heard was 35%.
Yeah.
We'll go with that. That makes more sense than his question. I have no idea what he's asking.
I'm just screwing with you, bro.
Okay. Good job.
Am I back up or not back up? What's wrong with this fucking screen?
You look like you knew what you were doing.
Do you guys see my screen or not?
No, it says paused. Minimize
I heard it
application.
pop up. Yeah, it's not there anymore.
Hold on. All right, there we go.
There it is again.
Let's see what happens. Do me a favor. If we hit $1 tonight, wake me up, all right?
Dollar on what? Dogecoin?
Doge.
You get a Dogecoin.
No, you can sleep tight
Fuck
knowing
yeah.
we ain't going to $1, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. It could happen in the next monthly candle. You better keep your eyes peeled.
I mean, it can't go up forever, right?
He was talking about Dogecoin correcting 35%, right? Or XRP. Had to be Doge because it's still under $1.
Yeah, he was talking about Doge.
Cool.
He was making the case.
Honestly, he was making the case for anything to have a big pullback at this time. Like everything in consideration, like the last couple months has ran up a lot. So he's just saying, like, be prepared. Like it could happen, it could not happen, but position yourselves wisely.
Well, that's why I really wanted to try and figure out how people were preparing for to execute themselves out. Hold on, I have an incoming call.
Yeah, 93, man, on a downside target would be a good area. 93K. I think you start flirting with the 618. That'll be somewhere I'm looking to take a little bit of profit on this short. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I posted a 15-minute chart in general. Like we haven't even came close to retesting any sort of structure from this flag that we exited. Really, it's not really surprising. Like it looks like on the 15-minute, we're trying to hold on to the 200 EMA, and there's bullish divergence on the MACD already as well.
Yeah, and on the 1 hour chart, I'm showing support by some 50 EMA and the 200 MA, I think.
Oh my goodness! Look at this spot volume. This is shocking. Woo! Look at this.
I was just about to say we just need volume to come in.
Well, this is on the weekly. I can zoom in if I need to, but you just look at this indicator's. It shows spot volume per exchange. You have Binance in there and a few others, Coinbase. They're shown by the color on the volume bar. But obviously our week is very new now. Or no, we're Friday, so we're not over yet. So you might have a divergence actually this week. But those last three specifically, that's a huge volume increase.
Yeah.
So people buying on spot the last 3 weeks. Maybe by Sunday, we'll get a little bit more juice on that weekly candle. But if not, you'll have a divergence there.
I mean, that's 3 white soldiers on the weekly. That's very considerable.
Yeah. And even just the weekly candle as it is right now, red, it still has a giant wick below it, so it's not scary at all.
Yeah. Still a day and 20 hours to go too.
That's what I'm saying, is static. Like, I just don't see the weakness yet, but you start taking, you take 90K out specifically, then I'm committed to going into the mid 80s at least, but you bounce, so for now we're safe.
For now. I mean, what he's saying though makes perfect logical sense, and honestly, it's a good idea to cover your ass a little bit.
For sure,
But,
always.
Yeah, I tend to err on the side of bullishness yet, though.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, logical brain in this part of the market too is gonna tell you that, that's what I was saying before. Once the dynamic changes from, which I think it has already with Bitcoin, to having less pullbacks, because we're used to, these retraces coming in pretty frequently. Once you get going on this thing, though, just in the past, you don't really retrace a whole lot, man. Like the 30% retraces are not common. They're like, you get a couple the whole way up, but you're talking like 2 or 3 over, 16 months or whatever it is. So they're pretty rare. I just think it's more likely that we go above 100 before we pull back, only because of what we've seen historically. If you were to pull back now into the previous price action, like below 67,000, that would kind of freak me out a little bit, to be honest with you. Not to the point where it would change anything that I'm doing, but it would just be, okay, we haven't done this yet. After breaking out this much into expansion, we haven't pulled back into the previous cycle high in any cycle before. So for me, it would be a little bit different.
Another thing is too, like I have to agree with what you're saying, like to a degree, because once we broke this cup and handle trend line and made this massive explosive move upward, I was thinking to myself, what if we just go straight to this target before we pull back, which I believe like the exact target is somewhere like around 122K. Which it just wouldn't be surprising to see a cup and handle target reach before a big pullback.
Yep.
But I just don't know. That's why I sit here and watch all day.
Exactly. Nobody knows. All we know is what we get handed. But yeah, for me, 110, 115 before a 30% pullback, I think is the most likely scenario. Obviously, I don't know shit, but that's just me. If I had to guess, that would be the most logical. I just don't see us pulling back into 70K. I think that's where everybody's look. It reminds me of when we pulled out of 31.5K. I mean, even in here, there was a large majority saying we need to come back and retest that level around 31K, 30K. And you just never retested it, man. So I hate getting stuck on that. We got to go retest shit, because Bitcoin doesn't give a fuck about that, man.
You know what I should have bought some more of was Ethereum name service ENS. It's just what a performer. Like that's
Is it
another
running?
one. Yeah, that hourly candle is pretty beautiful.
Wow, it's a crazy weekly candle.
Yep, so that is a textbook rising three valleys right there that I
Yeah.
should have taken action on the weekly. Textbook rising three valleys.
This thing looks like it's going for at least 45.
Yeah, your price target would be about 42, 43 if you measure the rising three. Man, beautiful.
Yeah, and this, you know what's funny? This thing, a lot of times, front runs Ethereum too, so keep your eyes on that. I remember this in the past, front running Ethereum.
I like how the MACD is just now green too. Like this is the first week of positive momentum, and we have this God candle.
Dude, look. Oh, you're talking about on the weekly? The MACD?
Yeah, the weekly MACD.
Wow, I see it. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of these micro caps, and ENS would be about a micro cap, give or take. I think it's less than $1 billion. They're waking up, man. They're making themselves known here right now. I see a lot of them running.
Oh, look at that. It's in the top 100. I was guessing like, maybe 150, 200, but it's ranked 88.
What's the market cap? About 800 million?
1.2 bill.
Nice. Damn, that thing really shot up.
I mean, the price has been going nuts the last couple days.
Yeah, for sure.
ENS up 100% on the week.
Beautiful move.
Just to put that in factor here, Algo is up 50% on the week.
Damn, it's outperforming that. That's crazy.
By 100, it's outperforming
Damn,
it by
dude.
100%.
What the fuck? Dude, BFuzz is still fucking pumping really hard. What the fuck, man?
Because nobody is selling. There's nobody selling. Like, why would you sell it now?
Dude, bots usually sell when there's a huge move like that coming up, and you're one of the first ones in. Like on a bot setup, usually bots sell, but I don't know how much of that they bought.
Look at Chris. Look at Chris's post in general. He just made $500.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, they just went and shoveled it in there. And like, I didn't even get a chance to put in that much.
I don't like that he put the green around the logo. That's just me, though. I liked it better with the black or whatever it was before.
It was red before.
That was my idea, Tom, because I said, when you do the push to talk, the ring highlights green around your name. So it kind of to
it's like an Easter egg.
symbolize like we're live, we're on the air. So I thought it was a good move.
I like it. I like it better now.
Green is like money, and just a sexier color.
Yeah, I like it better now. With the explanation, I like it better. Dude, that's crazy that you made that much though in a couple hours.
There comes a big red candle.
Well, that requires selling still.
Oh, somebody's selling.
Oh, you motherfuckers. Who could have that been? That had to be...
I told you, it's the bots.
Sure.
But yeah, that was in 20 minutes, Tom.
That's funny.
That's insane, dude. You know T Black in there buying the shit out of that, I bet you.
Hopefully no one's actually putting too much play money in this. It's just fun.
Dude, I was gonna put in a lot more, but I was like, you guys are putting in a bunch all at once, so now the price is just like getting away. And it's like triggering bots. That's why I was saying the stuff that I was saying before. And then that first initial buy that B made was like, geez. But it's I don't know, man. I understand, like, with the fees and stuff, you don't want to do a ton of little transactions. I don't think the fees are that bad, but I mean, I get it. But yeah, see, that's the thing, is when it pumps really fast like that, it gains a lot of attention really quick from bots, and then now look, it's selling off because the bots are selling off. But I'll try to fucking put in a higher low somewhere around here. Not around here, but the maybe 602. Because they might fucking sell it to zero.
They
Not
can't
zero,
sell
but
it
you know.
to zero.
I mean, the top of that first candle. They could sell it down that far.
I mean,
They still can't though, because they don't own that much of it. They can only sell as much as they have, and if the rest of us don't sell, then we can't lose anything.
so the thing that
Well, I put my wallet in there. So I don't know where, I don't
Yeah.
know who the rest of it, I don't know who's us and who's not.
Yeah, I'm sure most of it is us. All right, I'll figure out which one is me, and I'll post it in a second.
It said there's 25 folders. Like, that was 10 minutes ago, too.
just based off of the first minute of that chart with that volume, I'm assuming that was B's buy. Even if he sold 1% of his bag up here, he's probably up thousands of dollars just by selling that 1%, because it looks like it's gone up just an absolutely insane percentage. So B is probably making a fuckload of money right now.
I mean, you only make money if you sell, and I don't like that's not the point for any of us, is to sell at any point. Like, not now, at least.
So my question is Matches going to get back in here shortly so we can explain that Static was explaining a scenario where we could have a big pullback, but that is just a possible scenario out of multiple scenarios? Or is he going to be gone for a while and come back and say, oh, you guys said it was going down 35%?
Who gives a fuck what we said, man? Just trade the market.
Yep.
Yep. If stuff goes down 35%, I'm not doing nothing. If you are bought higher in the market, you should already have limits set.
Dude, it was wicked funny. Okay. You just remind me of something. I was making a video with a girl. And like a personal video, but I had the Discord on in the background, and I don't know who it was. But you can hear the Discord in the background, and I heard some guy say, all my indicators are telling me to sell, but I'm not selling.
That's kind of funny.
It was wicked funny.
BFUD down 32% in 3 minutes.
We're going to zero.
Can you? Fuck, I don't think you can do that, can you? You can't put a limit order in on this website. Oh. There was another sell. And there was a buy. Slightly bigger buy. Oh, damn. No, I thought that was bigger than it actually was. It's only point. I thought it was 3. Only 0.3. So I'm gonna have to try a 823, or like let's say 820, and then 700, and then like 550. It shouldn't go below 550.
Looking on this Bird Eye platform, there's a Solana wallet attached to it that's up 163 million in the last 7 days. That's a pretty good trading streak.
Oh my god, we're 72% to dethrone the king. How long is it?
Interesting,
How
huh?
long is it? Oh, fucking an hour? We need a market cap above 48,360. I hate how this thing doesn't print a candle unless there's like a transaction. What the fuck? What the hell happened with my market cap?
Right, I'm back.
That was a good night's sleep.
Welcome back.
All right, guys. How we doing on Bitcoin?
I mean, we're all watching BFUD.
I traded on my Bitcoin for BFUDs.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
BFUDs are doing something?
I mean, they're dumping. Yeah. No, they actually, we have a point now. I mean, were you here when they started to launch?
It's
No,
dumping off of a 385% pump
Right.
within an hour.
Right. Oh, man.
Within an hour and a half, it's gone up 385%, and then it has gone
Like a MEXC
down
pump or dump right here.
31%.
That's funny.
Dude, imagine if we got listed on MEXC, that would be so ill.
That'd be funny.
We could dump on all of these fuckers.
All right. Is that on Phantom Wallet?
Yeah.
All right, I'll download Phantom Wallet later tonight or tomorrow and get that shit done.
You're gonna be paying a premium, my friend. We're almost fucking dethroning the king here. 74% progress.
I mean, I will always just tell everybody, do not put anything in here that you're not willing to lose.
Mm-hmm.
The market cap's already more than doubled. Hey, we got 6 yes votes on CoinMarketCap. Who has not signed in their CoinMarketCap yet to go fucking get this thing verified?
I think I did, but I will check my other accounts because I have multiples.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, girl.
I mean, why do you think in the beginning B had so many subscribers? I mean, yeah, do you know how many of those are me? I'm not even kidding. I probably have like 60 or 70 YouTube accounts. I had to make them for work. For like literally everybody who worked in my department, I had to make them a Google account. So every single one of them I had the passwords to. So every single one of them I would go and subscribe. Yep.
That's how those subscriptions get there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have friends who have lots of accounts, and we do things for people.
You know, you could start a business if you manage to accumulate a bunch of Google accounts.
Oh, I'm sure, but that like requires a lot more work than I have time to do. I do this because I love B and it's fun.
Well, it's I only say that because I was looking into it recently, and the Google people that do the Google ads, it's crazy how that works.
Sorry.
And they used to have like maybe 30 or 40 people at their company, or 100 people, or 100 accounts that all have good standing, that have all done like lots of reviews and have like high levels in guide or whatever it is that they have. And that's how they change people's reviews. Because they're able to, I guess, spam it and overcompensate for a bad review or get the bad review removed. Because if a bunch of people like that flag it as spam, it'll remove the review. So it's interesting. So they can do a lot of crazy shit with that power to control all the reviews. It's a gatekeeper. That's the only reason why I thought about it. Well, that's cool. I'm glad that the coin is finally somewhere.
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh, so what's BTC currently at? Do we know? I'm gonna guess it's lower. I didn't see support till 95 something.
It's 96,492.
Cool. I'll put a stop loss and profit. Walk away.
It's fucking snowing out over here.
That sucks.
That just makes me want to go straight to sleep. Is it snowing over there, Coley?
No, we look outside. It wasn't earlier, but that doesn't mean anything. I haven't gone outside. I've worked all day.
You should go out, Quine, find a girl that needs to be warmed up.
Negative. No snow.
Yeah, I've had like 3 girls texting me today.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, like nobody hits me up for weeks. Right? Like this happens. This happens to me all the time. Like no girls hit me up for weeks, and then fucking all of a sudden, for some reason, on the same day, they all hit me up. Like it's happened to me so many times before. I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes I'll go for like weeks or even like months with not even getting hit up or texted, and then fucking they all just blow me up on the same day.
Wow. You should order some hymns if you go months without being able to get it up.
Huh?
What?
It's not a problem with getting it up. It's just not it hasn't been a priority lately.
Oh wow, BTC just took a nasty candle.
Dude, Peanut is still trying to hold ground, man. This could turn into something lovely.
Do I still have Peanut? Yeah, I do. I'm down 10% on Peanut. Thanks.
Dude, I'm pretty sure I called the second floor. Like basically $1.01. Almost everybody disagreed with me. I was even like, I don't know, but there was no long liquidity left to liquidate. It was like everyone that got a chance to go long, they did it above $1 or whatever, or they either already took profit, or anyone that was long above $1 got liquidated, and then it should go up because there's still people shorting it. Fetch BTC has been ripping week. I should have taken that signal that if I paid more attention to that bullish RSI divergence in the weekly, I should have gone in heavier on that. I could have even traded some of that Bitcoin for fetch, but I'm just trying to get money on fetch. Dominance is still dropping. Dominance is at 57.74. But it's returning to this trend line here that this trend line's been holding since August 14th. And there's horizontal support here, so I'd be careful with that. As far as going long on altcoins, because it might struggle if BTC decides, or if Dominance decides to bounce here. And the timely is roboting.
Dude, hello.
Hello.
B, check your DM.
This is crazy. I know. Thanks, Coley. I just fixed it. Yeah, dude, this is nuts.
Fun.
This is crazy, man.
Refunds is nuts,
That's
yo.
awesome.
And then what's it called? Somebody sold, and then I've been trying to buy all the dips, so I fucking bought a little bit, and I saw the purchases are making wicks, and I fucking ended up buying all that shit back up, yo. That shit was fucking crazy.
My god.
Yeah, because I was like, if we pivot here, this is gonna be an SR flip, like a lower high. I was like, fuck a lower high, we're going up, bitches. And then this shit went up.
Dude. I want to fucking buy some more. I'm trying to get it a little lower.
No,
absorb
I need to
everything.
emphasize.
Won't
I
go
need to
lower.
emphasize right now all the hype that's going on right now. Please, please, do not fucking throw too much money into this shit. Please, please, for the
No.
love of God. We're
Play
just
responsibly.
yeah,
I'm
it's just
working on
fucking.
getting more solar.
It's just fucking exciting for a lot of us because it's something we fucking dreamed about for a while and it's fucking happening. So we're like, what the fuck? But it's nothing like, yes. So I just want to make sure everybody knows. Trade responsibly and all that.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, though, god damn, does this... I'm good at making fucking meme coins. Look at that chart,
Oh
bro.
my god.
Look at the fucking chart.
Yeah,
Gotta
yeah.
love it.
Oh yeah.
Look at my chart.
God damn.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm trying to get some more solar right now, so I'm gonna try to hold the floor if it drops.
I mean, it's still better than Tame's coin. Boom.
I wanted to try to get it at like 700.
Yeah.
If I knew you were gonna come back in, I would have fucking just got it at 932. Now more bots are buying.
Yeah, that's the issue is the bots buying and selling and shit. But I've been buying my screenshotting my BFUT amounts just in case I have evidence, just in case there is a big dump. Everybody knows it's not me. Also, I found
You put in two more?
somewhere in the notes there, it shows all your transactions. So just in case there is ever an event where something happens, I have evidence that it wasn't me. It shows.
Well,
it shows all
it
your.
also says our names, like
Oh,
your
oh,
wallet
okay,
name. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because I was like, oh, I wonder how early I think I was the 7th one to buy.
How about me, Coley, the 8th?
I don't know your wallet address or your name on there.
Yeah, you're number.
Yeah, yeah.
You're number 8.
I'm number 8.
Yeah.
Nice.
Who, me or Coley?
You are Crispy.
You know my name on there, Kwai?
Of course I do.
That's my boy.
I mean,
Now
hopefully.
everybody in the
you guys have known each other for how
313, put your motherfucking hands up and follow me. Everybody in
Oh
the
my God.
313, put your motherfucking hands up. What?
Yeah, I haven't sold a single one.
Me either.
Nope. Like I said, the only way I will sell this shit is if we somehow fucking... I mean, even if we got to a fucking penny, man. But if it was to the point where there was other people in this that were not in this group, they were not my friends, because I will not ever dump on any of you.
Coley, we're like, I swear we're already at that point, bro. We're at like fucking 30,000 market cap.
You're 84% to dethrone the king right now, B.
Oh, there's someone else that has more than I do?
No, you're 84% progress to dethrone the king at 48,414 market cap.
The first landmark. Yeah, I know. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, we're already at the point where a lot of the money in here is bots because it's like too much money. Because we've already done stuff like this in the past where we try to get money up, and it never ends up this astronomical price. So this is obviously there's already money in here that's not us. But if you are in here, I would recommend waiting till we're on an exchange before you make a sell. One, because of slippage and fees, and two, once we get on an exchange, I think there's going to be another blow up.
Right? And we were like, shit, wouldn't it be funny if we can get this on MEXC?
Let me hold the higher lows because nobody's going to sell below 700.
Or even crypto.com. That'd be cool.
Dude, MEXC would be fucking sweet. Dude, we get listed on MEXC and and like Bitcoin. We can rug them. Like we'll just rug the exchanges. That'll be sweet.
Alright, fellas, I gotta go.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Also,
Right,
don't make this the single point of conversation for.
No.
I don't want it to be. Okay.
Save some for the rest of us, will you?
Yeah. Right.
He's 5 soul deep already. That's and he's up like more than fucking probably 200%. You guys are nuts. I thought we were gonna do it slowly at first and then all at once.
You're funny.
You guys reverse rugged me. Now the bots.
So yeah, Bitcoin. Bitcoin did a little dippity dip over the last little bit while I was working, huh? Back under 97.
Yeah, because all the whales traded their Bitcoin for BFUDs.
Yep. I mean, as we already know, I mean, Elon is in this group, so Elon could own BFUDs now. Damn, XRP at 180, that's nice.
It's crazy.
I mean, it got up to 187 and then it died. No, I'm just kidding. But still, that's pretty cool. I mean, I think my average doesn't like truly reflect because I moved it from my ledger to Coinbase. So Coinbase is like not like really reflecting what it is, but I want to say that I was buying it like kind of at the bottom of the bear market. I want to say somewhere around 25 cents. I know I'm pretty low. I don't have a ton, but
Yeah, whenever you move
low.
coins from another wallet onto Coinbase, it counts as, so like it records it as the current price.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that my crew average is somewhere around 25 cents. 25 to 30.
Well,
Because I was buying when I was first buying XRP, the only place that I was able to get it was KuCoin back in the day. And so I was buying it all there, and then got my ledger, and I moved it all over onto my ledger because there was no exchanges, US-based exchanges that I could trade it on. But now we can do it on Coinbase again. So I moved it back. Because at some point I'll sell it. So I figured it'd probably be better to have it on an exchange than in my wallet. What up, Matches? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Happy Black Friday.
I didn't do any shopping at all today.
Yeah, there was no fucking deals.
No, I mean, honestly, it kind of goes from now through Monday anyways. So I'm off this weekend, so I'll probably do some shopping this weekend because I need to figure out. Actually, I already know what I'm getting Felicity, but I just need to actually like find it and buy it.
Yeah, there's stuff, but like there was nothing special. Nothing was a steal of a deal. It looks like everything that was a really good deal was sold 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think the way that Walmart does it is they'll put different things on sale on different days.
Yeah.
So they're not all on Black Friday. You have to go for like 2 weeks beforehand and like 2 weeks after. They'll put different items, like they'll have like 10 different items that they put on sale, and then the next day it'll be 10 separate different items, and then the following day it'll be a different 10 items. That's how I got my computer, because I got it before Black Friday, but it was the Black Friday sale just specifically for that item.
Nice. I'm gonna get.
Well, like it was only on sale for that one day, and they were almost sold out. I was lucky enough to just get one.
I'm gonna get Felicity a whole little recording studio set up. That way she can, make her own videos. Because that's all she wants to do.
All right, guys. I'll catch y'all a bit later, probably.
Have a good night.
You too.
You take it easy, man.
You too, man. We'll talk later.
I kind of want to get a gaming chair. I don't want to spend the money. This gaming chair has a massage function and footrest built in.
Oh boy.
I look super duper comfortable. That would be fucking great for sitting in front of the screen. Pillow support, fully assembled headrest, tilt function, massage function, padded armrest, height adjustability, footrest. Yeah, this thing looks sweet. I don't know if it's just if it's on sale just for today or if it's for a couple days. It says